And good evening, football fans. It is a long way from Petrolia. I'm Mark Dudney up here in the booth. I've got Scott Valentine and Glenn Mills doing the camera work tonight. Thanks for being here. It's a pleasure. It is a damp one here. Thank God for the artificial turf down here at St. Clair Stadium. We're having a good time, though, all nice and bundled up here in the booth. Some enthusiastic parents down below. We've got the Herman Green Griffins, and we've got Lambton Central Collegiate coming at you in 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Welcome back, fans, and with under 60 ticks to go here before game time, we've got the captains heading towards center field for the ceremonial coin toss. We've got referee Bruce Carter out there. He's accompanied by down judge Larry Rogers. The back judge is DJ Isherwood. The umpire is Phil Pomeransky. The field judge is Jason Gosselin. And the line judge is Ryan. Like I said before, I'm Mark Dudney, and I'm accompanied up here by Scott Valentine and Glenn Mills. We're almost ready to get underway here. Let's talk for a little bit about the two teams. Like I said, it's a long way from Petrolia. Lambton, tough matchup in the AAAs to wind up here. Same thing with Herman. So the two teams right now are going to give it their best out here on a slightly damp, lovely evening for some Canadian football. Like we said, Lambton, long way down. They're led by Coach Matt Godfrey. Brent Waring and Braden Bell are the associate coaches. For WF Herman, it is the legend Harry Lumley, and he's accompanied by Gerald Lewis, John Thrasher, Caleb Mastronardi, Jordan Lewis, Dane Kontich. The manager is Melissa Maddox, and the team doc is Dr. Sharon Lumley. Clock gets down to 0. The coin flip goes up. It comes down, and we wait with bated breath for the result.
Herman has won the toss.
Herman
won and deferred.
And Herman has deferred to the second half, as is their norm, deciding which end of the field will be defended by who. And they're going to remain as they are. Lambton is going to take that far side over by the college where you can see the glow of the lights. All right. We're going to see the normal shaking of hands here and getting ready to go. A nice tradition here in high school football where the captains will jog over to shake hands with the opposing coaching staff, exchange some pleasantries.
All right, as soon as they get back to their
And the fans start in on it. Got some enthusiastic people out here braving the cool and damp weather.
Well, they're shaking here.
Yeah.
12 minutes on the clock here. for WF Herman this year. We've seen a lot from some kids like Jaden Horney, Daniel Ivankovic, good Lord. We've also seen Cayman Benke around quite a bit, and Shevin Andrews, but it's mostly PSJ. We get a heavy dose of Preston Sexton Jones. Here come the game announcements and the national anthem.
Rise to the playing of our national anthem.
And we're on. All right, so here we go. Kickoff coming momentarily. The officials having a little conference here at midfield. Oh, let's try that with the mic on this time. All right, so here we go. The officials have finished up their pregame conference, spreading out to all four corners of the field. The Green Griffins bouncing on the far side, getting pumped up for this game. A few Griffins not playing tonight, but the majority of them coming back this week to run it back in this AA championships here in the SWOSSAAs. Beautiful field here at St. Clair College. You really have to come out here at some point for a St. Clair game, especially when it's earlier in the season, the sun is setting just as the first quarter's going by. It really is quite a beautiful scene. All right. Here comes the football. There's Shevin Andrews, number 77.
Sometimes they look, sometimes they
He's really kind of a jack of all trades for Herman.
Yeah,
Plays
local thicker kicker. You know,
There you go.
Just, you don't get a lot of kickers about that young man's size.
I would definitely hate to try to stop somebody Andrews' size. I remember back in my day, 6 foot tall, which was me, was considered exceptional. All right, here we go. The aforementioned young man boots it. And it's going to bounce down towards the 20-yard line. And picked up in a moderate line, and he is brought down at the 35-yard line. All right, Lambton, the Lancers, going to take over here on offense.
35, let me see.
All right, wind that clock. We're here for some football. 10 seconds gone here in the first.
Should have had him turn on the 20-second.
Play call is in.
Because it has the game time on top. Like we wouldn't use the 20-second clock.
Here we go. Direct snap straight up.
His way.
And he's still rumbling, still on his feet. Cross the 50, nearly at midfield. Heck of a run there. Way to stay up, young man.
They got to, come on an unbalanced line plus an overload with 3 guys in the backfield, then direct snap. So they're just running, they're just going to try and out-gap you at the point of attack and run power football here.
Yeah, and they're coming up to the line in a hurry, too. They're not going to give Herman any time to adjust to what they're doing.
You're trying to effectively catch the defense napping a little there. Right off the hop. Wow.
Worked off the first play. We'll see how it's going a little bit later on.
We'll see how thick the playbook of tricks is tonight here.
A little bit more standard set here.
All right, a little more standard set. So
Running back behind him.
Here's a shotgun, motion through the backfield, handoff to number 21, and he is leveled immediately.
77, Shevin.
There's Shevin already making his
Shevin in.
impact.
Yeah.
Safe to say he read the play there like an open book quiz.
44 was in there clean too. Nobody blocked 44. They were both in the backfield immediately. I believe 44 is Cayman.
Cayman Benke.
You hear a lot of,
Came in 22 is Caleb. You're going to be mentioning these kids a lot today.
How would you like to have a pair of Gators like that coming at you? Right? If you manage to duck Shevin, now you've got Cayman coming at you, who may not have the same size, but he has every inch the ferocity of Shevin.
Yeah.
Nice tight formation here again, tripped up.
Here we go, 2nd and 14, ball on the 49-yard line.
Takes the snap.
Here's the pitch. He's coming left towards us. There's number 33 right there. That's Isaac Maw. And he runs, but he is taken down immediately, and it's going to be for naught on this first drive for the Lancers. After an initial surprise first play there, gents, you got yourself pretty standard formation thereafter. You know, would you perhaps think about following that up with another bag of tricks?
I don't know. I'm a big believer in this. If it's not broke,
Don't fix
Don't
it.
fix
fix
it.
it.
Yeah, right.
Keep running it
First
at
play
them
went for a lot
until
of
they
yards.
stop it, certainly.
Now we're into a punch situation.
Here's the
Decent
kick, and
little
it's a
punt.
good one. Just gets it away. Number 32, Rayvon Thomas, was in there. And here comes the return. He is not going to get the edge there.
25-yard line.
That's Caleb Marles there. And just not able to evade number 44, Owen Love. Brings him down rather speedily. A couple of Lambton players limping already.
All right, field position.
Number 63, Spencer Horwood, making his way to the sidelines easily, though. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. He appears to be doing fine. All right, let's see what the Green Griffins are going to counter with here. Griffins notorious for being able to run a lot of time off the clock and having some pretty good long drives. That's definitely a Harry Lumley trademark there.
they're coming out double tight end, T backfield, standard Herman offense.
Heavy line.
Takes it under
And
center.
here we go. Play is blown dead before the snap.
Before the snap, get off.
Have we got movement pre-snap there?
Timeout, Landry.
Yep. We've already
a
got it.
timeout?
We've got a
they had
timeout already blown by the Red
minute.
Team Lancers here. And as you can see here, number 25 coming over to the sidelines there. Number 25 there is Connor O'Brien, probably one of the leaders of the defense if he's out speaking to one of the coaches. And they're trying to make sure that they have adequate players on the field. If you come up a player short against Herman and they can recognize it, that's going to go for a chunk.
Yeah, I mean, the official in the booth recognized it right off the top. We had an extra player on the field, so that's why the timeout was called. Better to take the TO at this point rather than the penalty, I suppose.
Even with the long field. Now, in the first half, that's not so bad, but in the second half, you might be more tempted to conserve that timeout if it's a close game.
Might be.
Those are fairly precious assets. All right, so here we go again.
Kane takes it under center. Hands
There
off
we
to
go,
Landry.
and
Sexton Jones.
PSJ with the opening carry, and he's up to the 35-yard.
Green Griffins on there. First
Moves
down.
the sticks. You're going to get a heavy dose of PSJ today, I would assume.
Yeah.
Harry does like to run quite a bit behind that mammoth line.
Southwestern Ontario football has been getting a big, heavy dose of PSG for about 6-7 years by my count, and I wouldn't be surprised if it kept going for long. He's a special player.
All right, here we go. Under center, there it is again, and right on cue, he busts it around past the sticks, one to beat, and he is brought down
Almost at the 50-yard line.
past midfield.
First down.
Moves the sticks. Well, once again, PSJ, and are you tempted to get him involved with a swing pass, etc., or try to mix it up, or are you guys sticking with it at this point?
But he's coming to the slot spot right now, so he's out quite wide, and then he's getting a good run. He's full speed when he gets the ball, so it's it's tough when he's full speed.
I can tell you, I'm historically jealous of young men with speed, not being possessed of any. So here we go, and one more time. There we go. And now it's number 21, Adonio Ivankovic. Oh, and a touchdown saving tackle down at the 15-yard line. First down and lots for the Green Griffins. Wow, so Adano there getting a little bit of a break, giving a PSJ a break there.
Daniel's a fantastic athlete as well. He can do a lot of things, offense, defense. He's excels on both sides of the field.
Great burst.
There we go, and heck of a position here right now from the 15. Lots of motion. There's some movement. Brings it through.
Ivankovic gets in.
And he's into the yellow and green checkered end zone here.
Green Griffin's first touchdown.
They have no answer for that. It's like a wide
Griffin's up
receiver kind of
6-0.
sweep. He's off the line and he's out wide and he's.
I could even see the fullback coming across with intent of blocking, and he locked up on his guy right away, and you said, uh-oh, it's going to the right.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the Lancer defense, if this is their starters, have an answer for Herman's front here.
Not at this point. Let's give the defense coordinator another series here and see if he can make adjustments.
It's all about the coaching adjustments, to be sure, in football, especially at halftime, but
Griffin start this game off.
the feeling seems to be that Lambton can't afford to get behind early here because this is a Green Griffin team with some motivation, having suffered a bit of a dispiriting loss last week. There were a lot of young men who definitely felt like there should have been a different result, and they appear to be fairly motivated and come out flying and laying some pots today.
Yeah, I mean, Herman's motivated. Herman's motivation is they're the damn Herman Green Griffins, and Herman plays good football, right? So
They didn't play too well their last game, and I thought they played a pretty good first half. They kind of.
I'm going to modify that a bit. Let's give some credit to Holy Names as well. Holy Names came out with a great game plan, really executed it without fear. Just kept steadily marching down the field. That was it.
There was turnovers. There was some tough plays for those guys, and they got behind at half, and they just couldn't recover. It was.
Gets it right back to
So there's the
strange
kick.
to watch that take.
Bounces past the 20. And he bounces. Oh, and then he's immediately belted hard.
hit.
Wow, that appears to be number 14, Muhammad Al-Balji. We got some laundry on the field to sort out here.
Offside and kickoff.
So we're just going to see what they want to do. Add it on to the end of the run.
Appears to be it's going to be an offside off the kickoff.
Yeah.
Waiting for the coaching decision here.
Offside by Herman on
Okay.
the kickoff. 5 yards added to the end of the
And so
play.
they're going to add 5 yards on here, march that ball a little bit forward for Lambton. So a quick early gift for Lambton there, 5 extra yards that they don't have to earn the hard way.
Therefore, Lambton will get it at the 36-yard line.
up to the line in a hurry again, like they started the first series. Tight on the right.
And the scarlet over silver, the snap in here, and flag on the far side.
The flag right there.
Once again, brought down.
That
by
going to be a
Shepard.
procedure?
Strange play call. They were overloaded, right? They had 3 extra players over there. Then they run counter left, and there's no lead blockers.
There's
He
no
just
lead
ran
blocker
counter.
at all. Yeah.
Now, is that potentially a missed call?
I'm
that
not
somebody
sure
who-
if you think you're going to catch them off guard, but they got everybody.
Now, that could just be one missed assignment there where a fullback just went to the right or the wrong
could be.
spot in this case. So
It could be. It might just be something where the offensive coordinator thinks the defense is going to over pursue and they're taking a chance. But from coach's right, from a design standpoint, you generally don't send a guy back naked to the other side by himself.
Like, not against this team anyway.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
So either a bit of overthinking or a missed assignment there. And we're going to go back to it here. The Lancers, they're scarlet over silver. And Chevin Andrews right into the backfield, but he over pursues, goes right over him. Doesn't matter. There is a horde of Griffins, an absolute thundering herd, completely massacring the ball
The
carrier.
O-line, I don't know if they blocked anybody.
No, it
Like they
appears.
were 3-4 guys in the backfield. They were trying to run like a little bit of a jet sweep motion, and the guy was late getting the jet sweep, and the quarterback was kind of standing there, and I mean, 3 guys come through untouched, and just, they delivered.
That was.
And
that one was
what do
the
you
best.
do at that point when you're the quarterback and then
You
you
punt
turn,
it.
You turn one way and there's a green uniform, and you turn the other way and there's a green
punt it.
uniform. Oh, and it's a big block, and 77 comes through again.
Oh, he got the ball.
Wait, the punter
And
gets
the punter
ball.
has picked it up.
And he got the first down.
And see
And
where
it
they
looks
worked
like
with.
he may have gotten the first. Definitely. The zebra on the far side says, we've got 10.
And what a
Moves
play by
the
Lancers
stick, some
punter.
awareness
Down
by the
properly,
punter
blocked
there.
by Andrews. Andrews.
Well
picks it up
done,
himself.
son.
Might wanna put that play in your
For the
playbook.
first down.
Definitely.
That was well designed.
Just like they drew it up,
Just
right?
like they drew it up.
Yeah, sure.
Block
Great.
punt for a first down.
Great heads up by the
The punter,
punter.
yeah.
A fantastic rugby play, young man.
Full speed run and picks it up and gets the first down.
There you go, a bit of a spread.
And
Motion
when
to
it
the
looked
other
like it was
side.
going to be a disaster, too, again, boys, it did look like Andrews was into the backfield again, blowing up that play. But
Takes the snap.
and there's
Give me
the
a pass.
snap and a pretty good pass down the field.
It is broken.
And it is broken up by Caleb Marles down there. Wow, so that was a pretty decent throw. When you get time to get it off, when your offensive line gives you protection, chances are 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi ball, right?
Crazy part was only one guy downfield, so Caleb was able to slide over and just help double, triple cover the young man because there was no other threats.
As a DB, you definitely love seeing that safety coming.
I mean, it's again,
Well,
if you're going to throw the ball, I think you have more than one guy downfield.
and at this point, the offensive line redeeming themselves for at least one play there. Let's see what they can get up to here. Into the shotgun.
Takes the snap in the shotgun.
Quarterback.
Takes it
Quarterback
himself.
sneak. And he's going to gain a yard, maybe 2 here.
So we're offset by a yard. Spots. Okay.
So you're going to wind up with roughly the same yardage-ish. But let's go back to that punt play. That was some tremendous self-awareness by a young man at the high school level. There's a lot of pros wouldn't necessarily recognize that ball was eligible to be picked up by the kicker.
Yeah, you just got
Takes the punt.
this is
And a booming kick.
22 Caleb
Gets it
Marles.
away this time, and here comes Marles again, who broke up the pass, and now he's running.
Pass midfield run.
Nearly gets the edge, and he gets past missed field.
Unfortunately, this is going to come back. It's going to be a Lambton first down for blasting the kicker. You just can't hit the kicker like
A little
that.
too much motivation there, perhaps.
Unnecessary roughness, roughing the kicker.
Yeah, the ball was gone.
15-yard
He
penalty
just kind
and
of teed
automatic
off on him. So you're taking now tremendous field position.
I understand that. I remember the desire when you were a player to try to leave your mark a bit and try to establish the tempo of the game, like the Shoresy boys say, just sort of set the tone there. But, maybe that's something that's best reeled in a
You
little.
can't do that stuff
Balls away, you
anymore.
can't hit them.
You just can't blast kickers and quarterbacks
I miss the 80s too, but you just can't do that anymore.
to set the tone anymore. It just doesn't happen.
Us old guys in the booth reminiscing. But it's going to give a fresh set of downs
Double wedge.
to Lambton. Bit of a high snap, brings it down, and a good quick hitter pass across the 40 there. Going to end up at about the 39. That's going to be very close to the first down. I do believe the way it's marked, it's going to result in second and short here. Great job there by quarterback Gabriel Ardell, recognizing that quickly, getting it out fast, and making sure that his receiver can get both hands on it right in the numbers. Has to be a bit rattled after that initial series, but he's pulled it down well. Way to recover, young man. All right, back to it here, and he's going to go right up under center.
Ardell under center takes it himself.
And the quick push. No tush push here. He's just going to do it with his own legs. He's going to move it on forward and gain himself the third first down of the drive here. Well done. Lambton showing some fire, some spark here. This is good.
Well, they see Herman walking up and starting to bring guys, so they're just doing some quick hitters, couple things that just catch them off guard. If last couple of plays they threw the ball from where the blitz was coming, right? Which is again exactly what you want to do. The blitz comes, throw the ball where the guy's leaving.
That's a remarkable skill for a young quarterback as well, to be able to assess that in the crush. It's a different game on the field if nobody's ever played it. You look at it from up here in the booth, you can clearly see both lines. You know what's going on. When you're in the trenches, that fog of war is real. And here comes the snap, and it goes around him. He's going to get the edge. He's being pursued, and he is locked up right there by Preston Sexton Jones, playing both ways here. Some PSJ on D.
Again, there's that overload formation to the right,
Getting the
and then they
first
run
down
that
for
sweep
Blazers.
left. I don't mind the play call. I just You got to get more blockers for them.
And why the misdirection at that point when you could just overload the point of attack?
They have it overloaded. Like the edge is huge. They can run the edge all day long if they wanted.
Does it happen sometimes on a sideline, fellas, where you're trying to read the other guy's mind and maybe you get a little too far into the weeds, you forget the KISS principle?
No, I don't. Truthfully, when I'm coaching, I don't really concern myself with what someone else is doing. I try and concern myself.
Oh, and there you go, dropped right away. Number 11, Jaden Horney. Wow. Comes right in and he grabs Hunter Duncan, number 21 for the Lancers, who is feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, but what Coach Mills said, you can't stand around, sitting around thinking about what the other guy is calling or what his strategy is, what his tactics are. You always have to play from your own strengths and attack the other guy's weaknesses.
Like both coaches, obviously, probably did a ton of game film prep, right? So they know what is available. They know how they want to block it and attack it. So, yeah.
All right, here we go. Double tight end set. And here's the snap, and we're going to have extra movement. Unfortunately, number 10, Isaiah Ardell, probably knew his number was called in the huddle, and he took that extra quick step. Well, the great thing is for any American viewers out there who are a little confused by the clown car in the backfield, well, folks, up here we play real football. We're allowed to actually have multiple motion before the snap, and it's something I've chided my NFL neighbors for quite a while about. That extra motion is something that makes the game extremely creative, but on occasion it can result in a procedure call here, like happened there, but that's just a case of an overeager young man, I think.
Well, it often.
Were we ever that age?
It often ends up with procedure. It's a great thing, but it's tough for kids.
Two different games, to be sure, as much as I like to have fun with my friends to the north. That's right, down here they are to the north, for those of you who are not from the Windsor area. A lot of pursuit here. Well, and we had number 60, Zach Little, with the arms outstretched, not able to get there, but he interfered with the pass just enough that it does fall incomplete there. We're starting to get some penetration again, that chess match back and forth. But that appeared to be just a solo leaker there off the edge. I think the rest of the Lancer line was equal to the task. Now, I think at this point we're probably thinking about how to set up the kick. But let's not count the Lancers out yet. Having to settle for 3 here is not a defeat when you consider how far back they were.
Gotta get points. It's a smart play.
Smart play if they can get it. Posts.
And when you consider how far back in their own zone they were for quite a while at the beginning of this drive, the kick is up. And it is good.
And he had a lot of leg there.
He had leg to spare. That was at least another 5 yards, maybe 10 there on that. That was well done.
That will end the first quarter.
All right. And so here we are. The score being 7-3 here. Green guys on top, but the red guys showing plenty of heart. And a moment here, we do have an injury. We've got the doc on the field, tending to number 11, Jaden Horney. Young man is showing plenty of life here, although plenty of pain as well, and he is going to painfully clamber to his feet.
So it looks like Lampton has opted to take the ball at the 35-yard line. Or sorry, Herman has, apologize. Herman has opted to take the ball at the 35-yard line.
And they're going to get started again. Quarter number 2. Another 12 minutes to work with. A couple of good long drives there. A little bit of back and forth. It's nice to see both sides showing some heart and some life here.
It's only the second time Herman's had the ball on offense.
Yeah, I think time of possession-wise, it's all LCC at this point. But, Herman had that very impressive early drive with Preston.
Wide open player. And there we go. We've got another dose of PSJ here.
Yeah.
Preston Sexton Jones right down to the 31-ish. Well done. Great read. Seeing your receiver gets sprung past all the DBs. It's not too often you can do that. Credit to the defensive backfield of Lambton there for not giving up, for catching up, and for making sure that was it.
Lambton is loading up the inside. Herman hasn't ran the ball inside at all, and they got, they seem to be playing it. Here comes outside edge again. And
there it is. He sets the edge. PSJ there. You would think, aren't you tired, young man? And he answers, no, sir, I am not. He's into the other end zone, keeping it well distributed. No laundry on the field. This one's going to stand. And 6 more for the Green Griffins. Break it down, boys.
Well, Preston Jones takes one, starts inside, bounces to the outside edge there, sees green space, the back side of the field, has the vision. Preston is one of those guys, he has what good running backs have. He just feels it. He feels where he needs to go on the field. He feels the open space, and he goes to it. He's always been that way.
And the extra point is up. And it's good. So this one a relatively quick drive. Herman's still not going to be winning the time of possession, not by a long shot here. But if you look over on the far side of the field and you see the scoreboard, those are the numbers that matter at this point.
Those are the numbers, yeah.
So
the number that balances out time of possession is points per play, and I think Herman has run about 5.
At this point, you've got to love the big gains, but also Herman's got to try to minimize the penalties at this point, too. 2 huge ones on that last drive, plus the blocked kick that the punter was able to grab and scamper for a first down again. And I can't say enough about that kind of heady play. You train these young men as best you can in practice to recognize, react.
I want to give a little shout out to Holy Names in Essex tomorrow. I believe it's tomorrow. They play their AA or their AAA junior championship.
Should be a titanic collision up there, to be sure.
Both teams have had a tremendous season, so it should be a good one.
Yeah, good game.
And Shevin with the boot, and it pops off the hands, but no panic from number 1 Benjamin Guy, and he does bring it back, a moderate return, which is always nice. Sometimes you'll see a player panic when the ball pops off their hands or off their face mask. And they'll worry about who's coming to pick it up, and maybe they sneak a look upfield and they don't pick that ball up and it winds up going to the other team. So, well done, being nice and peaceful with the hands, bending down, picking that up. And it's going to give his team another shot here. Let's see if they can put together another nice long drive. The Green Griffin defense standing ready here. Looks like they're going to pin the ears back and go for a rush here. Battles won and lost in the trench, and a fumble again, and the ball is still loose, and it's going to be pounced on by number 32, Rayvon Thomas. Wow, that's just a mechanical miscue. Ball never got where it was supposed to go fully.
Coach Mills, can I ask you a question? It's 1st and 10. You're on your own 25-yard line. The Herman Green Griffins are lined up on defense. It's the first quarter. You're down by 11. Do you call an offense that gets the entire defense bunched up to the center of the line?
Again, I'm up in the booth.
I'm going to assume that's a relatively rhetorical question.
It is a rhetorical question. It's a very long one, but it's rhetorical.
And no insult intended at this point.
No, it's no insult intended.
You're trying to establish the run to get the pass, or you establish the pass to get the run, right?
Little quick correction. I was wrong. It's not tomorrow, the JV championship, Essex versus Holy Names. It's actually Thursday at the University of Windsor. So I just want to correct that information. I don't want anyone showing up at the university tomorrow looking for a football game, and it's not till Thursday.
It'd be a stealth game. You can't see us, in the words of the almighty John Cena. And right there we had Jacob Marcelloni bouncing around. And he did manage to shed a couple of tackles that had a good grasp on him, but they didn't bring him down the first time. Again, give credit to the pursuit. They just kept at it, and finally they had enough to stop the young man's momentum. 2nd and 7 here, ball on the 19-yard line. Long way to go, but they've shown they can do it. Here we go. Oh, and here he goes. Left around, and there we go.
Big stiff arm attempt, but a great tackle from number 20.
So this is going to wind up being third down.
Double tight end T-back set, and also they come out and spread. They're running the ball at will, attacking the edges, and they can't stop them, and they want to come out and spread. And now, it's kind of giving Lambton a little bit of, I don't know if it's second wind, but it's giving them a little bit of energy, I think.
When you're able to make a play like that, sure, it feeds into you. You start thinking to
There we go.
yourself,
Double
yeah, we
tight end
got it.
back.
All right, now just back to what works.
And
Just smash mouth football straight up the middle.
Just don't let them breathe when you got a chance,
We fans of the old-timey game will recognize that.
For the Green Griffins.
Nice to see some sportsmanship in the trenches, guys getting up, patting each other on the helmet as well from opposing teams. Looks good.
Now within the 10-yard line are the Green Griffins.
It's a tough game. On the last play, you saw the running back actually fall directly on the football, and he was winded for a little bit. And this is something, if you've never played the game, if you've ever done that, you've fallen straight on a football. That sucker is hard right to the solar plexus. I did that once, and I darn near threw up. My apologies to University of Waterloo.
Payne takes the snap.
Drops back for the pass. He's into the deep
His
corner.
wide open receiver, the big man, number 77, Shevin Andrews.
Tack 6 on to number 7-7. 7-7 picking up another 6 there.
I apologize to that people. We're in tight space up here, and
We're doing the best we can with one
got the
camera
window
here.
frame, and again, I apologize, especially to Shevin. I believe that's who caught the touchdown pass.
Definitely. Going to line up for the point after here, and it's going to become a recurring theme, I think, that, Herman's going to keep the foot on the gas here. And, whoa, a bobble, and it's blocked.
The extra point is blocked.
So the extra point will go for naught, and it'll stay at 2-0 instead of 2-1 here.
20-3.
Not really worried that he got the 3 points.
Yeah,
You got
exactly.
0, you miss one.
I know. I was thinking the same.
What LCC really needs to do here, if that second drive they had where they put the field goal up, they moved the ball downfield, they got a couple of first downs. Yes, they were benefited by a couple of penalties. The last couple times they've been on the field, it's either been a turnover or a very quick out. They just need to put a little something together here, create a little momentum, try and create a score going into the end of this half.
Anytime you turn the ball over against a decent football team, it's going to hurt you, especially
Yeah.
deep in their end.
But you still have to make it happen, and like you said, give them credit for putting something together there. It wasn't just, you can't just count on a couple of penalties and say, oh, well, they handed it to them. No, they didn't. Lambton did march together, and they put together a couple of good plays.
They quit in the middle of the third when it got to 90 something.
All right, this kickoff brought to you by 5 Hour Energy and Ricola, for those up here in the booth. Low line drive boot, and it goes right through the up back. Picked up at about the 10, and he is going to be run out of bounds fairly swiftly.
Again, just mishaps you can't have. You just can't miss a kickoff. That probably resulted in about a 20 to 25 yard difference in field position, right? You pick that ball up right away. Instead, it goes behind him. The other guy's got to rotate over to pick it up. It's a big play.
And that's another set of downs that your offense now has to pick up. A little bit longer field.
Those type of plays hurt you. They don't help you. That's for sure. Especially, like you said, against a good football team.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, coaches. What I saw there was the young man look up field before he had possession of the ball. The head came up before the hands had the leather.
Sometimes I just think they start pressing, right? They start pressing and pressing and pressing, and usually when you do that too, it's not great things happen.
And what kind of drills might you run for that sort of thing in a practice to get players more accustomed to keeping the head down and looking? Because the feeling is that somebody's bearing down on you at that point. Here's a pass right over the middle, and it is nearly picked off by number 22, Caleb Marles there. Nearly came down with it. Number 21, Hunter Duncan.
The receiver did a great job playing defense there, and kind of if he doesn't shove Caleb, I think that's big.
There's that moment when you see it coming down short. Sure.
You really do not want to test Caleb too often on a deep ball hanging in the air like that. He's a very quick kid, and he's a ball hawk.
He's got great eyes as well. He's able to adjust to that really quickly, including
Very
a
aggressive to the ball. He
basketball-like
plays
move.
the ball. He plays the ball. You're absolutely right. He goes up like a basketball player for a rebound. when he's going after a ball.
And that
He intends to
one
come
leg
down with it.
hop, a lot of guys don't master that, and they can't get inside position on another bigger body.
Ardell takes a snap.
Here's the snap, running back around the left side, and he's got some room, hurdles a defender, but gets tripped up. We're looking at, about the 24 or so there.
That'll be a third.
Heck of an effort there. You know, you see the defender start to go down for that hip tackle, and it's something that sometimes doesn't work out too well. You know, if he's not all the way down and you go for that hurdle and he plants that helmet, that can really be painful. All right, so here we go. Light line here.
Takes the punt.
And there is a kick and a beauty. It goes up. It comes down, and another one. Wet night here. Even PSJ's hands not coming up with it cleanly there. Having to fall on it.
Just a little bit slick, or maybe the cold's making a little bit slick, or damp field, but it seems to be a little troublesome for some of the players.
Now, I refused to play offense because I refused to bother to learn a playbook. My coaches knew it. They kept trying to put me in at tight end. I said, look, you're the biggest kid on the field. I remember a couple of nights playing at Blue Vale in Kitchener, and it was frozen. There was frost on the field, etc., and I caught one pass that I thought had dislocated my thumb. So it looks easy on TV, let me tell you, but if you haven't played and you haven't caught one of these frozen footballs, there's a snap over the middle, and he dodges the pursuit adroitly and fires it way out wide to Sean Tate.
Into the end zone. Tayshawn.
The arms go up, the points go on the board, and Tayshawn Tate stacks another log on the fire here.
And he just he ran over the free safety, he didn't try and run out of bounds. He just put his shoulder down and run him over, and just went into the end zone.
We call that determination amongst the coaches up here. Well, like you said, the young man just would not be denied. Perhaps playing off the feeling from last week and that motivation again, but whatever's going through the heads and hearts of these young men, it is now 26-3, and the hole does get a little deeper for the Lancers here. Low line drive kick, but it does get there.
Amari Jones' kick is in.
Yeah,
Tack another single on off the foot of Amari Jones.
I tell you, if they don't respond very quickly here, this could be an ugly second half.
Yeah. Now, at this point, if you can get some fairly deep penetration, are you able to sell that to your team? I mean, buy-in is a critical component for coaches. When you're talking on the field, you have to be believable to those of us.
I'm selling one thing right now, which is try and get a decent return here to set up the O for success. And I'm talking about the O, I'm talking about, look, guys, we need to get a couple of first downs. We need to go down this field and score. Absolutely crucial. If you turn the ball back here,
they need to get some type
they
of
need to get
points
something here.
before half. They need to get some
Yeah.
type of positive feedback.
So the first lecture has to be secure the football,
yeah,
like we
Yeah,
mentioned.
first things first.
Cold, wet
they
night,
probably
but
have 3-4 turnovers already.
all right. And there's Shevin Andrews back. He winds up. He boots.
Andrews takes the kick.
It's going to be a bouncer again. Fielded cleanly this time. Coming straight up and a whack there, but
Looks like he was down
number
the
21,
but an extra push.
Hunter Duncan bounces off the pop.
Extra yards.
That's one you could probably hear up here fairly well, a decent whack, but he stays on his feet, keeps his balance forward, doesn't let the shoulder pads start moving behind his hips, and he keeps grinding out and gets a couple more here. We got somebody down here. We've got the medical staffs from both sides out here cooperatively. Player's going to take an opportunity to take a knee here. I'm going to grab some water. And we're going to step away and rest the pipes for 30 seconds or so. We do want to take a second to acknowledge the training staffs here. They do work hard, and they are volunteers. They're unpaid. A lot of times, I know this from running my own first aid squad, the funds come out of your own pocket for the tape, etc. And it's also these young men can continue to play. Oh, we've got a flag here. It goes to number 21. We're going to call Hunter Duncan's name a lot today.
This is going to be an offside.
Offside, yeah.
The half of the outside linebacker was early, and he just kept coming. It looked like they went on 2, but this is definitely going to be an offside on her.
And while we're mentioning people, we want to take a second, and all you players out there, and thanks to the literally thousands of people who tuned in. That's absolutely fantastic. We appreciate every one of you. Players, make sure that you do, in fact, take the time to thank your parents, thank your coaches. Take a second and step outside yourself and think about what people do so that you can play this great game and any other game you play. The majority of coaches out there are unpaid. Your parents certainly are unpaid, and all the equipment, etc. Kudos to those of you who pay for it yourselves, but your parents are fantastic folks, and they deserve the pat on the back every once in a while and a quiet thanks, Mom, thanks, Dad. All right. The Suns are going to try it again, and wow, met right in the backfield immediately. Doesn't go down. He stays up, so the moral victory is going to have to be enough, but Herman again sniffing the play out and realizing that's going to be a run.
Yeah, Lampton has no answer. Like O-line wise, they have no answer for the it looks like Herman's bringing 5 guys. They're rushing 4 D linemen, bringing a linebacker usually, and they just have no answer to be able to stop these.
No.
Stop them.
2nd and 6, all physicality being equal. What's your call here? What are you looking for?
2nd and 6.
Quick hitter?
If I'm Lampton, I'm probably trying to throw a pass here again right now, just because I don't see him getting 6 yards on a run.
Do have flankers out wide coming back inside, and it's going to be blown dead. We'll wind up with a procedure.
That was the call. It looked like they ran all hooks there.
Yeah, it was all hooks.
It was all hooks, so that's exactly what they were doing on that play.
Yeah, I mean, a hook is about an 8-yard route. You got 6-7 yards to go. Your quarterback's probably good for a completion.
He's probably working, on 2nd and 6. He's working 8, coming back to 7. Getting the first down.
Now, in comparison to the university, or definitely the pro game, in high school terms, you're definitely coaching your quarterback to be looking for more of the short pass in that 8 to 10 yard varieties, even 6 to 8 yards.
Well, if I got a kid that can throw it 40, 50 yards, I got no problem at all throwing it deep. But the reality is, in high school, most kids can't throw that. Can't throw.
Right now, what they're usually looking at here is they're looking at who's playing the farthest off, right?
Yeah.
And that's the way they're attacking it.
Snap, fix the handoff.
And there's a really quick hitter again. Yep, back out to number 21, Hunter Duncan again. And so there's another lesson for those of you who are listening at home, a pair of veteran coaches here. The reality is most of the time that if you have that kind of golden arm that can connect on 30-plus yards routinely, then your coach is already going to have let you know that. So something you've got to adjust to mentally in quarterback. And some of you youngsters out there might not know the name Joe Montana, but it's an often quote for me. I absolutely love Joe. He very rarely ran plays that were longer than 10 yards. It wasn't the 4 yards in a cloud of dust of the old Paul Hornung days or anything, but it was no secret that the 49ers really, now with the weapons they had, etc.
They were pretty good.
When you had Roger Craig as your potentially least weapon there, but with that in mind, the philosophy, and against tougher competition there in the NFL as well, was not to gobble up huge swaths on one play. It was that the sum of 3 parts is bigger than the whole. And so they were able to bring that 4-yard run, that 6-yard pass, etc., and continue making first downs. The American field's only 10 first downs long, right? And so if you wind up with 11 here, you've done pretty well. You wind up with some pretty major points.
I want to give a shout out to Gary Hallenby up in London. He says he's watching the game. Hope all is well. Gary.
Thanks, Gary. We appreciate it. We're doing well here. Like I say, we're fueled by 5-hour energy and Ricola. There we go. Oh, right away at a one-handed bring down in the backfield.
On third
Just the
down,
same thing
do not
again. You got three receivers out to the right-hand side. You're in an I formation, and you run the ball to the weak side with no lead blockers.
Yeah, and they're bringing, and they're blitzing like, they ran that first series. They come out and they're in that double, they're in that unbalanced line with that offset to the right, and they run it for 20 yards, and then they don't come back to it.
Yeah.
Now let's put the D coordinator hat on for a second here. Are you calling more blitzes, et cetera, with this score? Does that affect your thinking? Are you turning your kids loose a little more, or are you playing conservative?
Well, it depends what formation they show me. Like
Don't have a player.
Herman is definitely bringing some hot calls. They're bringing some hot calls when they're in spread. I don't think they're overly confident with the way the young man, they don't feel super threatened the way he throws the ball. So obviously they're dialing up a little bit when they're in spread. But again,
A lot of fun up here. We're gaining an education. Hopefully we're able to translate some of the game up here. We've got a couple of veteran coaches. We're having a good time. Scott Valentine and Glenn Mills up here.
I tell you, Lambton's got to get a stop here. They cannot afford to give up any more points here.
No, they need to get a stop, and they need to try and generate some positive momentum going into the second half.
And the Griffins here with the ball on the 41. Here comes your 1st and 10. Shotgun snap.
It's not taking in the shot.
Brings it down,
Up the middle.
and he brings the line in, and a heck of a shot by Lambton's number 7, Gabriel Ardell there.
Ardell.
Well done on the stop.
Quarterback there with a big hit.
And people don't realize this a lot of times, and it's something I went to last game. It hurts to throw a hit. People don't realize that it hurts almost as much to throw those as it does to take them, depending on how aware you are as the ball carrier. If you don't see that coming, you can really take a shot. But on occasion, when you wind up landing on somebody, there's a handoff again, and he reverses it back to the other side, stops and goes again, and now he's down. Some really good continued pursuit there. That was number 8, Jacob Marcelloni. He's going to pick up the first. Move them chains, chain gang. So, another set. And here comes the play in rapidly from the Green Griffin sideline.
I want to give a quick shout out to head referee Bruce Carter, who last weekend was inducted in the Windsor Essex Sports Hall of Fame.
That's tremendous.
Great work, Bruce. Thanks for all you do.
The referees definitely inspire that sense of calm on the field. Don't let things get out of hand. In addition to the, we'll say mundane, but definitely not routine task of keeping everything sorted out and orderly. There's a pass across, and guess whose number we're calling here? That's right, it's the PSJ. You could probably make a pretty good sandwich out of that around here. I always thought it'd be neat to open a diner and call the dishes after local sports legends. It'd be fun. Well, I'm not so sure how you'd work the Spitfire in there. All right, 2nd and about 2 yards here from the 18-yard line. Up under center. Here's the handoff.
Counter.
And he's going to punch it right in. A valiant attempt by the Lambton defenders at the end there. But we are going to tack on 6 more here onto the board.
Right in for the touchdowns, number 21, Antonio.
All right, so for the fans that aren't football savvy, we hear counter. What's that mean?
Well, they show running one way and then they run the counter back underneath, and that was a fantastic job by Antonio.
Oh, is that
he did a
Antonio on there?
fantastic
Yeah, for
job.
sure. And there's the kick through again.
Number 90, Mark Jones, another low one.
And I can't. I didn't do any Herman Senior games this year, so I don't know.
Well, so 1:27 left to go here in the second quarter, and
Championship game, so.
Just looking to keep some motivation going here. You could say it's a long way from Petrolia, and you want to come away with something positive here. Core memory.
I tell you, this is going to be. We're at not even halftime yet, and I mean, depending on what happens here, I don't know if Herman's used their timeouts. They might get another opportunity
It
to
could
score
happen.
again.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah.
That's a great thing about football, though, is you look at 34-3, and boy, if this was hockey or baseball, that'd be well done and cooked. But here, 6 points at a time, you don't ever give up hope, especially not before halftime. All right, Shevin back, and this time he puts it up in the air and over the head of number 1, Benjamin Guy. He's going to have to chase it all the way back to his goal line, and he is going to get dropped in the end zone, and that's a case of, unfortunately, just cold fingers for the safety. Tried to pick it up the first time.
No, I think
It's a single point.
It's going to be a single point. My fault. Wrong terminology.
The Rouge.
This is the Rouge, the famous Rouge of Canadian football.
The
here.
young man tried to run back and pick up the ball. Then he kicked it, you know, and then it just went downhill from there. And I thought he was going to take it out of the. They might be discussing if he was out and went back in. I don't think he did, but
Safety touch.
Yeah.
Oh, they're calling it a
gonna
safety.
Call it a safety at this point. Yeah. And when the young man did punt it to himself, essentially, that kind of ended all hope of getting out of that end zone with multiple Green Griffins bearing down on him.
so now Herman here is going to get the ball at their own 35-yard line.
Ball thrown 35 with a minute 20 left.
They might score one more time. Like again, you know, it's unfortunate, but Lambton has to understand you just cannot continually turn the ball over and expect to be able to, you know.
It has just been a physical execution here.
In a football game. Like, I mean, that's probably what, their fourth? Maybe their fifth turnover?
Fourth or fifth, yeah. Miscues at least
You
are
just can't
more
win
6 or
football
7.
games. You can't win football games doing that. It's unfortunate, but yeah, they just had problems hanging on the football today.
And a bit of Bright Lights Big City, long travel on a bus all the way around the lake, and maybe I mean, they're used to cold weather, being down from the other side of the lake there. Now, at what point, guys, do you take the foot off the gas a little here before half, or are
Never
you
before
just?
half.
And from what you know about Harry Lumley, he's not likely to do that anyway.
No coach that I know is taking their foot off before half. It sends the wrong message. They're going to play as hard as they possibly can for the first half. As a matter of fact, you know, our rule has always been after the first drive of the third quarter, if you're blowing teams out, then we start substituting heavily.
And there you go.
We just don't do it before that.
There's another handoff, and he's going to break it. That counter is just not working. And now it comes down to speed, and PSJ's got it in spades. Preston Sexton Jones, call that name again for 6. And there's that counter again. Even I was able to see that one this time.
no flag, that's coming back.
Oh, we got some laundry on the field here.
Where?
Do we see a flag somewhere?
No.
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, boy. Wow. That took all of,
That was
15 seconds.
that could be stunning to a
Just
defensive
It
unit.
went bad. It went from bad to worse.
And whether or not coaching took their foot off the gas there, PSJ certainly didn't. He was just galloping, and the gap was widening on the poor DBs there, who were giving it their all, but that kid's just a horse. He was motoring. It's the same thing when you've got a thoroughbred racehorse who can smell the finish line. You just sort of let the young man eat. All right, so 51 and change ticks left here in the half. And this is where I start putting you guys on the spot, where I start making you get inventive and start putting you in the red uniforms and start saying, well, do you have something for this game in the second half adjustments? Because you've got to have your head in halftime by now. And you're starting to think about, who do I talk to? What do I say? What am I going to run here? It's a never-ending thought
I think
process.
the biggest
with
thing
coaches.
is the biggest thing they have to do is just come out and put one play together after another, and just get a drive going and try and get some type of momentum, even if they get scored. Like I'm going to be honest with you, there's
No, because go far as you go.
And there's number 33 there.
Brought down.
Isaac Maw getting a
As much
touch.
as Lambton wants to believe they're winning this football game, and it's not going to happen today, and it's unfortunate for them. But again, you got to be positive. You got to continually try and put some type of drive together, and just get some type of success, and just do that drive by drive, because they haven't had this second quarter for them has been a very difficult quarter, hanging on to the football and executing their offense.
It was a shame because, as the first drew to a close, you kind of thought, oh, these guys have put up a pretty decent fight. They've capitalized on their opportunities. However, those opportunities got there. You still got to be able to capitalize, and they were able to put that field goal up, with a really good time-consuming drive. And you thought, if that's repeatable in the second, you've got a fighting chance here.
And the running back gets maybe a few yards off.
But again, the physical miscues at that point, the fumbles, definitely, especially on special teams here. We've got two major muffs here on
I think every single
kickoffs at
time.
least.
I think every single time that they fumbled or turned the ball over, Herman capitalized and scored.
I think so. I don't remember him.
I don't think they,
Where was that punted now?
We do have ourselves a player down here at the 35. Full movement here. Don't worry at home, Mom and Dad. The hands are moving, the feet are moving. Just a lot of pain. Probably the wind knocked out of him temporarily. That happens quite a bit. Well, that's good. That's number 33 there up on his feet. So Isaac Maw.
Yeah, 33 is a football player. I like him. He does a lot of nice things. And
He had a really good play coming out of the backfield before where he did, in fact, fake the lateral to try to freeze the on-rushing linebackers and then took it himself and kept going and managed to get 2-3 yards at that point against a really spirited and fast defense here. Herman came to play this week. All right. 27, 26, 25 to go here in the second quarter. The ball on the 34. Second down. 8 yards to go. Shotgun.
Fakes the handoff.
There's a pass to the outside here. Just a tick too far for Hunter Duncan, who's another shout-out name for the guys in red. He has been trying like hell.
That receiver looked like he was about 2 steps outside to me.
Absolutely. He was gone before the ball was even snapped. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what the side judge was looking at
Yeah,
there.
like he was gone. He was at least 2 yards downfield before the ball was snapped.
And the young man is gassed here, very gingerly making his way back to the huddle, and you can't blame him. He did put everything in there, and that ball fell just
But
past
again,
his
they're running
fingernails.
they bring everybody in tight when they're running a two-man route, and as you can see, Herman's loading the box. They got everybody in tight.
Green Griffins pinning their ears back in a big rush, just about blocks it, forces the punt to go out of bounds there.
No return, so that's probably a good thing.
6.3 here. You would imagine that
You may
Herman at
see
this
Herman-
point is...
You may see Herman come on spread and bomb this thing down the
I'd take a
field.
shot. I'd take a shot if I was Herman. Why not?
Take one more shot and see what happens.
They get it? All right.
And they're going to concede the time on the clock here, and we are going to move into the halftime show. Well, folks, lacking Prince or Beyonce or any of the major stars here, what we're going to do is we're going to step away. We've got a second game to do after this, so we are going to rest the pipes. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. It's a great time for you to hit the loo, grab yourself a fresh beer, a wobbly pop, as my pal Don Schultz would say in Pittsburgh, and we'll see you back here in, about 9 minutes or so. All right, folks, and a little bonus coverage here. I'm actually here with one of the Herman Green Griffins who unfortunately is on the shelf this week. He's raring to go, but his mean old dad, that would be me, said, probably not a good idea to get out there on the field. He had an IV in his arm less than, about 40 hours ago? Yeah, so we're here with A.J. Dudney. He's number 52 for the Green Griffins. It's going to be his last year here. So, nice to see him out here on a really cold night patrolling the sidelines, distracting his teammates. And AJ, if you've got something to say to your teammates at this point about their year, what would you like to say?
Oh, I'm proud of them for bouncing back after the tough loss against H&H. But, we've worked hard all year, every practice, day in, day out, never really taking any days off. And, it shows here, we show what Herman's, supposed to be. It's this powerhouse team. It's supposed to beat teams 42-3. And, I feel like the show against H&H, didn't show that as well as we wanted it to, but we bounced back, as we always do.
Now, speaking of legendary football performances, let's talk career here. Coach Lumley, it's rumored that this could be his last year or one of the last years coming down the pike. What's it been like to play for a guy like Harry Lumley?
I've learned more than, I think anybody could have playing football for any other coach. He's been around for 40, 50, 60 years, however long, and I've learned so much from him. And I think he's forgotten more than anybody knows on this field in Windsor at all. I feel in Canada, he's just the most experienced coach you can get. And I feel I'm very lucky to have that experience as a coach.
You've also got Coach Thrasher, Caleb, and Jordan Lewis, but you've also got, what's it like to have a coach on the sideline that's bigger than most of the team put together? That would be Gerald Lewis.
It's a little intimidating, but he's a nice guy once you get to know him, so I'm not that worried about him.
Fairly gruff coaching style, but like you say, a heart of gold underneath. It's fantastic to see you up here in the uniform. It's great to see you out there cheering your teammates on, and I'm going to let you get back down to the sidelines as we are now ready for the kickoff here. Fantastic career. It's been nice to watch you grow, young man, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
We'll see you down there.
Go Griffs.
All right, there. One of the Green Griffins, A.J. Dudney, and the ball comes out of the end zone here. That would be, guess who? That's right, PSJ. Keep him rolling.
That was a tremendous kick. Wow, did that guy put a leg into it. I mean, he picked that up, I think, 1 yard from the back of the end zone. Just, again, outstanding kick.
The best part of LCC's game so far has been their kickoffs, their punting, and that field goal.
You absolutely love to see it, too,
game.
and they come out flying again, too, right away. Hey, kick cover, you got to give a shout-out to your gunners.
Yep.
Right away. All right, so, again, to recap a bit here, boys, it's been a bit of a tough slog in the first half for the Crimson Warriors from Petrolia. Long way to come to be down 42-3. What's the game plan coming out after, of course, you're going to try to give a pretty good stop here now?
If I'm one of the seniors on this team, my personal game plan is this might be the last football game I ever play in, and I'll be damned if I'm going out like this. So I'm going to go out there with my buddies and ball out best I can in the second half and forget the score.
And so here comes the first obstacle in their way. Up under center here, number 7, Jace Payne, who I'm told has a new nickname. Jace's nickname is Waffle House. Now, AJ on the break wouldn't elaborate on why he's called Waffle House, but given that American chain's proclivity for entertainment, I'm sure we can guess. Something we probably shouldn't repeat here on air. We've got some pretty colorful nicknames here on the Green Griffin squad. We've got some pretty good players, so they're all, generally speaking, positive in nature. All right, here we go. And the snap, and here comes a pass up towards our end. There's number 9, Kyron Kleinen-Smith. He's running. Oh, but the ball gets popped out and recovered by the Lancers.
The Lancers with the recovery, forcing a turnover. Their first forced turnover.
No, great job by Kyron getting the football and got upfield, and I think he just forgot to hang on to the football super tight. I mean, he was excited. He got out in the open. He was running, and then he just dropped the ball.
Yeah, I couldn't quite say what got knocked out, if the guy contacted his arm or what.
I think it almost did look like a purposeful strip. I think it looked like, from our angle, that the hand did get in on the tip of the football and rip it. As opposed to a punch from underneath, which is, a more typical accidental method there. But in either case, you're going to wind up with a prime scoring opportunity here. And again, halftime is when you coaches go to make adjustments. There's a snap and a good pass just off the hands of number 10, Isaiah Ardell. That's a tough one. He was looking at the end zone and didn't quite secure it.
Well, it's the kind of thing that LCC needs to do on offense, just quick little passes like that, get guys into space, get them in the ball as they're moving. Try and do some things that's not going to let Herman be quite so aggressive with you in terms of how they're rushing the pass or blitzing the run.
And those quick hitters take away a couple of things from a defense. They don't give the penetration enough time to get to a QB, but they're also not giving the defensive back and linebackers time to react to a developing pass play.
Yep.
All right, see, I can learn a couple of things a game. Fantastic. All right. Number 7, Gabriel Ardell takes the snap, empty backfield, and it goes off his hands and then off the hands of the Gator, Cayman Benke.
Just got to complete those passes.
Almost finished one off to Cayman there. Like we say, cold night out there, potentially a damp football. It isn't easy. Don't let us say that by any means. But if you're on the field, you've got to execute and you've got to make those catches. Sure, young Mr. Ardell wishes he had that one back. Well, he's going to get a shot here. He is split out to the left. 2 in motion here. Here's the pass. It goes up. It comes down. And it falls incomplete.
You got 3rd and 10. You just need to get some type of positive drive going, and you throw the ball 30 yards instead of just trying to work, a 10-yard, 12-yard route where you can get another first down and get move the sticks.
Yeah. Maybe a crossing pattern over the middle again, something
like
that.
So far, they've thrown hooks, they've thrown some straight shots down the field, and you're right. What we haven't seen any mesh concepts, Coach, where we're bringing a couple of guys across the middle to try and confuse the D. I haven't seen anything approaching a flood or a levels
often
concept.
It's just a 2-man route. Often the rest of the guys are max protecting, which again is very difficult to run a Canadian-style offense on a 2-man route.
And it does look like they do have the athleticism to do a multiple receiver set here. And here we go.
A little inside dive.
Yeah.
Nice little play.
And he loses a shoe there.
That one does
Better than the alternative. Now we'll move the sticks again. And the word inexorable comes to mind when you see this Green Griffin offense marching. It does kind of have an inevitable feel to it as they continue grinding their way down the field here.
Same play.
And another quick handoff right up the middle, and he cuts to the right, and he has found some room, but there's a quick DB. Is just going to get him by the shoestrings. He dives forward.
And almost a touchdown.
And a touchdown saving tackle right there.
O'Brien.
By Connor O'Brien. Let's mention as many names as we can here. Number 25 just getting that fingertip in on the very last shoelace here.
Well, 25 O'Brien was very quick just to catch him and to get him on that. He showed excellent catch-up speed on that.
Took a really good angle there, too, as well. It shows some wisdom. Too often you'll see young men running to where he is now as opposed to where he's going to be.
I hope they give it back to Justin and let him finish this thing off. He had a couple of real nice runs, and they're going to.
Quarterback takes it, there is a whistle.
Yeah, they tried to run with the quarterback, but hopefully they'll give Justin one more shot to finish this thing off. He had 2 fantastic inside runs.
Yeah. Those are 2 of the better looking runs I've seen so far today.
And that started off as just a plain old inside, and then he just busted that to the outside with speed,
Yeah,
straight
just
up.
little simple kind of fullback dive type of thing, and then he just popped it out. Wasn't quite fast enough to get it in the end zone. I thought he was going to get it in, but
So penalty yardage is going to march it back a little bit here. But it'll be first down again for the Green Griffins. 3 tries to punch it in from the 6. The handoff to the right and completely unobstructed. He does punch it straight into the end zone. All right, running clock here in the third quarter. 3:52 taken down.
That one looks like it was number 8, Jacob Marceloni on the touchdown.
And there's Marceloni again. At this point, guys, you're thinking about rotating in some of the other kids who have shown up to practice all year and giving it a good effort and maybe not sniff the field because of some seniors, you know?
yeah, everybody, listen, in a game like this, everybody should get an opportunity for sure.
Yeah.
Mari Jones, this time his kick was
I tell you,
blocked.
they Herman has struggled with their extra points. I don't know why, but they just seem to have difficulty with that tonight.
Does seem to be a bit of a low line drive kick as opposed to the long looping upwards motion you like to see from a kicker who's doing extra points. Almost as though he's maybe having difficulty adjusting either mentally or adjusting his foot placement from kickoffs, where he does like that low line drive kick that bounces and rattles around back there and gives opportunities for fumbles. Well, all right, so the big players that we've expected to be big players today were in fact big players, and at the risk of being repetitive or a little pedantic, your big players have to be big players in playoff games. You've definitely seen Chevin Andrews. You've definitely seen Jacob Marceloni. We've called Adagno's name a couple of times. And of course a heavy dose of PSJ and some Cayman in there. But of course, to kick off now, the 77th Street bus kicks it off and heads down the field full speed. Multiple Green Griffins converge, and down he goes at about the 26-yard line.
That one number 9, Kylan Simmons made on the tackle.
And we are going to start seeing some substitutions here, after that kickoff. Big old 77 is trotting off to the sidelines here for a well-deserved blow at this point, and why not? Let's see what we've got in some juniors, potentially going into next year.
I think they have a few juniors dressed up.
They'll have a few juniors dressed tonight, yeah. It's kind of a balancing act at this point because you want to get some of those young guys plays if you can.
Passes it right to his play. Number 10.
Say Seamus Rizek Adams is one of those that I know. He's a catcher for me
Number 10, Isaiah.
on the
You want
baseball
to
field.
get guys time if you can, but the thing you have to respect is, like I said, this is the last game for a lot of these kids,
that one
and
does
they want to
move
stay
the
on that
chains
field for as long as they possibly
For the
can.
Lancers, that would be a Lancer.
And for sure, towards the end of the game, you definitely want your seniors in there to be able to get that victory huddle. Not speaking prematurely, of course, but
Yeah.
in a generality.
Well, both ways, whichever side of this you're on. I mean, seniors, a lot of these guys, about 3% of these guys are going to get a chance to play on the next level if things go the way they typically do, right? So let them play, let the kids play as long as they can.
Ardell takes the snap.
There's the
Handoff
snap and
is
some
taken down
major penetration into the backfield there.
right behind the line of scrimmage. Number 61, Jackson Bogle.
And that's Jackson Bogle who has come into the backfield there, almost entirely unopposed. And we've got a pretty good vantage point from up here in the booth, and we do want to say that, there isn't a lot of head hanging on the Lancers sideline. They're all up there, supporting each other, and, I would believe trying to be as positive as they can. 2nd and 13 here. Under a minute to go. Snap from the 29, a handoff, and he's going up the middle where he is met, and the ball comes loose.
And the ball comes out. That
It
will
does
be a
look
fumble.
like it's going to be a fumble recovery by number 5, Maceo Davis. And there is an injured Lancer down on the field here. It was some fairly hard upper body contact there. And that's unfortunate. Of course, you never want to see anybody injured.
Yeah, I think that was Caleb Merles coming up from safety, just dropped his shoulder, popped him pretty solid earlier.
I'll come back with the report.
Clean hit, clean hit.
Clean hit, yeah, a football play, and it is unfortunate that on occasion a young man will get their bell rung. He is being helped to his feet here, and that is number 21, Hunter Duncan. Again, the medical staffs from both sides coming out to tend to one of the Lancers MVPs here. And Mr. Duncan definitely feeling the effects of that shoulder there. And again, the Green Griffins just sussing it out, laying the lumber, and reaping the rewards as that ball popped out. Bless you. I'm allergic to hard hits too, as it turns out. Tough game down there. Give these guys credit. Practices. Everything takes its toll, and then you get on the field and you find out that the other guy gets a vote too. And next thing you know, you're on your can and you're looking up at the sky saying, wow, those stars sure are pretty. Not all of them are in the sky. Net result here is it is going to be 1st and 10 Green Griffins on the 40-yard line. Clock starts again. 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. A late substitution for the Lancers. Number 1, Benjamin Guy, also suffered an injury earlier. It's nice to see him back.
Tayshawn Tate taking the rest of the quarterback position.
So Tayshawn Tate in at quarterback number 3 hands the ball off.
Back, take it down maybe gain a yard or so.
Number 2, Emmanuel Crosby with the
Austin Bahula.
slight gain.
That would have been the last play of the third quarter.
And there is the end of the third quarter.
Football fans, food concessions are open today at Saints Cafe, located at the Second and Tennis Center just behind Accrington Stadium. There they are serving coffee, lattes, espresso, frozen yogurt, fresh baked goods, hot chocolate, and more.
So 12 minutes to go in some young men's careers. Some more looking forward to next year and being promoted. We haven't heard anything about the Herman coaching staff lately, and there were some rumors earlier in the year that this might be the last year for a legendary coach down here in the Windsor-Essex area. It was said that perhaps Harry Lumley might in fact hang them up. Have you guys heard anything to contradict or affirm that?
I talk to Harry often, and I don't see that happening. Harry is he loves the game, and
Tate once again.
he still says he wants to continually coach. I know he's had some health issues, and
Justin Finister, another big run.
It has been a tough year for him.
yeah, it's been a tough year. I don't think he.
First down.
The only way I think I see Harry not coming back to coach is obviously if his health does not get it, better and he can't do it. But I think you'll see Harry around a long time, barring his health. That's all.
And like you heard, one of his players heaping admiration on him in the second half interview there, saying that, Coach Lumley has probably forgotten more about football than the rest of us.
And number 20, whoa, hey, look at this kid.
With the exuberant backflip there. It looks like it was Justin Finister, speaking of one of those freshmen that's going to move on next year. Some athleticism.
That's impressive.
That connotes some explosiveness there.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. He's stocky, and I'm surprised he.
Well done, young man.
Yeah, outstanding. Nice little backflip.
The cheerleaders thinking about maybe recruiting him if he doesn't get a starting spot next year. Pay attention, coaches. Well, that does make it, at this point, 54-3. We're going to see if they are going to add some insult to injury with the, at times, problematic point after game today for the Green Griffins.
Yeah.
You know, as one wiseacre might remark on the Lancers sideline, it's nice to see that they're human. But this one is up,
And this one is
and
up.
it's through. It finds those green and gold checks through the back of the end zone. And that makes it the double nickel, 55-3 at this point. All right.
Yeah, it's been a tough evening for.
And again, I'll go back to the parents who, you know, have come a long way and, you know, started out fairly exuberant out here. And, you know, everybody straight out to, you know, well, the coaching staff, obviously, who puts their heart and soul into this. You know, they live and die with these young men, metaphorically speaking. You know, I'm sure you guys as coaches have always kind of subconsciously perhaps had favorites throughout the years that you always want to do well. You want every kid to do well, of course. But you always wonder, you know, what can you say to a young man after a loss, you know, in a game like this that will encourage them to not give up? Because last week, I had the privilege of listening to a few of the Griffins, you know, and it was a really tough loss for them, and some of them didn't want to play, and they were ready to give up. So what might you say to a young man at that point to encourage him back for this week, back for next year, back for a lifetime in not just football, but sports?
You know, I think people have to understand that this is a game, right? And there's so many things that you learn playing this great game that you can't learn anywhere else. You know, so I think anytime, you know, a loss is not always great, but you learn from a loss. You should always learn from a loss, right? You should always become a better person, a better player, and ask yourself, like, you have to be able to look at a loss and say, did I do everything I could have did? Did I play my best game? Did I, you know, because again, if you don't evaluate every single thing you did, you're not trying to get better. As a coach, I evaluate everything I do as a coach, and when I lose and I go back and I watch it probably 10, 12 times, and you know, and it's just something that you have to do.
Yeah. Everything's a learning experience. Take it and get better. Don't dwell on anything. Just take from what you can, move forward.
It's interesting hearing the emotion in the voices of these veteran coaches up here. You got Scott and Glenn, and you can hear that you guys are kind of hearkening back to some of the memories that you guys have as well.
And again, you know, if this is the worst thing that were going to happen to you as a young man, you're going to lose some football games.
You're doing all right.
You're going to have a great life. Right, that's the biggest thing.
I can speak a little. You know, I've seen, you know, my own son, who I'm fairly proud of. He's buried in the depth chart. We came here from Toronto originally, and in Toronto he was buried at 8th guard. You know, and barely even saw any practice time, etc. He came home really angry one day, and he wouldn't speak, and he just grabbed a football and he just grabbed me and he said, "Come out to the backyard." And he had to snap me. Whoa! And a big takedown, and that's in fact going to incur a bit of referee wrath there, if you will. Maybe a little literally over the top, perhaps.
The problem is the young man ducked. Did he hit him in the head area? Yes, he hit him in the head area. The young man ducked. I don't think it was a deliberate shot.
There was nothing intentional about that.
We'll call it, this is Dano Chara rule. You know, where pretty much everybody Chara hit was head height. Yeah, you know there wasn't any intent going there.
Head tackle.
I mean, that's why they wear helmets out there. We don't teach them to hit with their heads anymore. We stopped doing that a long time ago.
You know, again, though, here's the thing. If this is a close football game, I'm not sure about that flag. But again, we're up here, they're down there. But
Yeah.
when a young man ducks and you hit him high, he doesn't duck. You don't hit him high. It's,
Tempted to throw to you on that.
you know.
I'm so tempted to throw to you on that. So, back to the resilience here, and you know, giving a shout out to my boy again. He snapped 100 balls a day in the backyard, and I got to tell you, my hands were sore after that because a quarterback I am not. He came back to practice and he told his coach, "I can snap
Isaac Mall.
And guess what happened? He winds up the backup center. One injury later, guess who's getting starting time in a game?
That'll be a second.
So again, to do some little on-air coaching, and I'm not qualified here, but I definitely have two here who will restrain me if I'm ever to give bad advice. When you're out there playing, or as a parent, and maybe you've got a despondent young man who's kind of stuck on the depth chart and feels like, oh, that coach is never going to play me. Hey man, go out and learn some versatility, learn some other skills, because it's going to benefit you athletically. Like playing all sports, if you go play basketball, the history is legendary with great tight ends who are good basketball players, for example. So if you just go out and have fun with a lot of different sports, baseball for hand-eye coordination.
You know, there's a I forget who said it, but I remember, you know, hearing about it. They said if you spend 15 minutes a day working your craft, you'll be 90% better than most people that do it.
And that certainly bears out. That sure bears out. How many guys are outworked who should have gone on to good or great careers?
They can play and they can whine. And listen, I've heard it from both ends. And you know why I'm not playing? Well, what are you doing to get better? What are you doing to get on the field? Right? Like, that's what people have to ask themselves. Like, that's what, you know, and I get it. As a parent, I had 4 daughters. They were good athletes. They wrestled. And I always tried to keep it in perspective, you know, because there's times there's always, as a parent, you want the best for your child. Right? Everybody wants the best for their child. But again, I was realistic and said, what are you doing right now to get better?
And there's a great pass down for Isaiah Ardell there. And we're not ignoring the game action here, but, you know, fantastic pass over the top there. Well done.
For the Lancers.
And again, parents, you know, at a certain point, that's something that, you know, don't assume that your youngster knows that. You know, it's legion what we do not know as kids. And the seed has to get put in there.
Well,
Kids, it's up to you to take that seed, water it, grow it, and take it seriously from those of us who have been there and want to see you succeed like we did. All right, so back to business here. Here's the snap from number 7. And takes the ball and end around, and he is met promptly by Caleb Marles. And on both sides, there have been kids who have stayed on the turf for a few seconds after a play here and there, nursing one injury or another, and Caleb one of them, and it's nice to see the young men on both sides bouncing back up and showing some physical and mental resilience. And as the parents start filing in for the game here, the sweet strains of Rush in the background. Play that funky music, white boy. Absolutely love seeing the CanCon. Lampton to the line.
I want to see
Here at the 33.
Snap is taken by Ardell. Passes
A wide swing of a pass, and number 10, Ardell with the catch, and he shucks one.
A nice little group of plays here. You know, he's throwing some hitches, he's throwing some slants, he's just throwing a couple hooks.
It's their best drive since that field goal drive.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I mean, where was this earlier? And I get it, Herman may have some backups in and stuff, but again, these are very simple passes to execute. And, you know, you're picking up 4 or 5 yards of crack, and you're giving yourself some opportunities. Now it's about 4 here, 3rd and 5. You know, again, not a huge conversion. Should be able to do this.
Now, when you coaches are crafting a playbook, at what point do you look at yourself and go, that's too much? Keep it simple. I know everybody's had that moment. You have to resist the urge to get a pro playbook in there. Easy for me to say.
And what's actually worked for the Lancers on this drive? I've seen a lot of short passes again, a couple of quick hit runs. Still not seeing him get to the outside edge at all through the jet or anything like that. So, I mean, you got 2 minutes left in your season. Nothing's going to change the outcome at this point. Play for a touchdown, finish strong, get back on the bus a little bit happier.
And grab yourself a decent memory there, and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Like they say, you know, a long way from Petrolia, all the way around the big body of water that separates us. But we're glad that they came. We're glad that they played, and we're glad that they're still playing and haven't given up. All right, here we go.
Tate takes the snap, handoff.
And immediately behind the line of scrimmage and heading backwards at this
Effort
point.
by the back there, number 21, Adomo Ivankovic.
3 more plays.
Not quite good for the first down, but close enough. That would be a 2nd and 10. 2nd and 2.
At this point, it is more or less just running out the clock and
Yeah,
ticking
this
down
one's
towards a
over.
minute.
Probably got about 3 plays left.
you do have a lot of not unfamiliar numbers, but lesser familiar numbers on the screen. You're starting to see some Zach Little, etc. Hyder Jawad.
Quick handoff.
Oh, and there we go. We got a loose ball.
Loose ball on that play.
Ball's on the 95.
Turnover.
And we've
that
got
will be
ourselves a
another
turnover there
That
for the
one will be
Lancers.
College Lancers. That one will be a first down Lancers.
Keep the name familiar because Ursula's name is Lancers too. Ursula is fine. That's their name is Lancers.
All right,
too.
with 24 seconds left,
Timeout.
a couple of plays here. Lancers going to grab a timeout and see what they can make of this. A pride performance here. See if you can pop a play and run one in. But as they say, the far side scoreboard does kind of tell the tale here in the SWOSSAA AA championships. The timeout, the large form of Coach Gerald Lewis out there.
How's this gentleman here?
A couple of words, no doubt, telling them to keep their heads, not respond to anything after the whistle, and keep it classy.
Just give it 30. Let us finish the game first, and then you can talk. Okay?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll go.
You have 24 seconds. You're fine. Just wait. Just let him finish.
24.7.
Players of the game, 34 from Herman, 21 from them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Jimmy Duncan Smith.
All right.
The same first last name, you reverse it.
And so, after the turnover, 24.7, the ball snapped, the clock winds. And here's a shot towards the corner for number 10, Isaiah Ardell, a name we've called quite a few times. The young man can be proud of his effort level today. Ticking down with 8.3 left. Timeout again here.
Timeout Lancers, their second and last of today's game. With 8.3
That'll be the Lancers' final timeout, but with 8.3 left, it won't matter. They're going to get another play off. Safe to say that the Green Griffins can drop into a prevent defense here.
You can't get too much on the side of the passes.
So now you're going to see the empty backfield here. You're going to see a whole bunch of red uniforms giving it the big fly, heading towards the green and gold checks of the end zone,
Yeah, you are. Just the
running straight towards St. Clair College. There's the snap.
Back to pass, deep ball.
The pass is up, it is deep, and it is knocked down in the end zone. 1.6 remaining.
The quick pass knocked down by Miles.
And again, a cold night here. And the defensive back there definitely mentally kicking himself a little. If he had picked it, that last 1.6 runs out. But let's give it the old college try and one more good big heave of the rock towards the end
Looks like
zone
we're
here.
going to have one more play left. 3rd and 10.
Mentally, you have to kind of sell yourself that the game is tied and you're going for all the marbles here, and have that driveway Michael Jordan moment with the fadeaway jumper. All right, here we go. Number 7, Gabriel Ardell.
Shotgun position, Ardell.
Hanging in one more time. Blockers picked up. He takes off. He passes it, but it is batted. Knocked down by number 32, Ray Vaughn Thomas. That is going to do it.
Congratulations, Herman, on the AA SWOSSAA championship. Coach Lumley and the entire team and the coaching staff.
The players of today's game are number 34.
You love to see it after all the hard work. Coaches Lewis, Thrasher, Mastronardi, Lewis, Kondich, manager Melissa Maddox, team doctor Dr. Sharon Lumley.
Once again, football fans, food concessions are open today at the Saints Cafe, located at the Zombie Tennis Center just behind Acton Stadium.
And a real tip of the cap here, traveling again all the way, long way from Petrolia, I like to say, and unfortunately a long way home, but they can take a moment, be a little introspective, I think, on the bus and say, you know what, we didn't give up. We put all of our effort into this one. Everyone should sleep soundly tonight and have no regrets.
Yeah, you know what? You got an opportunity to come out and compete one more time, and you know. And again, the unfortunate part in football is that someone always loses. But again, it's how you look at it. It's not necessarily a loss; it's what you learn, right? So I think people have to understand that part of it, and I believe this. Anytime you get to play this great game, even a loss or a bad day is still better than most days.
100%.
You know, so that's how you know I look at it. I try to tell these young men, and I know sometimes it's very devastating for them. But again, you know, if this is the worst thing that's ever going to happen to them, hey, hats off. You know, we wish them all the best, everybody, and you know, I think sometimes we have to keep that in perspective.
Sure beats the hell out of a great day in an office somewhere, doesn't it?
It
Not bad at all. All right, catching some exercise and. Sure to be some A5-3-5 moments tomorrow, but now it's going to be time for the trophy and the player of the game presentations. And not to play spoiler here, but my money is on number 34, Preston Sexton Jones, for the Griffins here. And I don't know, who do you think for the Lancers? We called number 21 Hunter Duncan's name a heck of a lot, and he took a couple of hellacious shots there at the end and still stood up.
Yeah, he was solid. I think number 7 was a solid football player as well. 33,
Gabriel Ardell.
33 had a decent game.
Mm-hmm. Let's mention Isaac Ma, and he was one of those ones, took a good shot in the second as well, and limped off the field and came back. So no quit at all in these fellas. You love to see it. A whole bunch of fans here. As the equipment staff packs up and heads off, our gratitude to them as well. From the green side, again, we called Jaden Horney, we called Adanyo's name, we definitely called Cayman's name a couple of times.
Shevin was a standout today.
Shevin,
Caleb Morrow.
Solid and steady from Shevin today.
I'd go Preston. I think Preston was pretty consistently the best player on this offense.
We've definitely called Preston Sexton Jones far more often.
Today's players of the game from Herman, number 34, Preston Sexton Jones.
And there he is, as a matter of fact. Your one last dose of PSJ here for today.
He's barely moving.
Yeah, that kid got whacked.
So 20.
And there again, you can see some of the stiffness of the day. Hunter Duncan definitely taking some shots, and it's always tough to look up at that scoreboard as well. All right, so there you have it. Your fearless prognosticators up here in the booth managing to get it right. We did, after all, watch the game. PSJ made it easy, though. He was definitely all over the field, contributing even on defense, but most mightily a couple of touchdowns and some pretty long runs. He just outran a couple of defensive backs flat, just lit the afterburners and just coasted into the end zone. All right, folks, so we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We've got Game 2 coming up. Thanks very much for being here. For Scott Valentine and Glenn Mills, my name's Mark Dibney, signing off.
Do my magic here.
All right, folks, as it winds down here towards game 2, welcome back aboard for UCC versus Holy Names. Spirited activity out here on the field as the players prepare for this AAA SWOSSAA Championships here in the year of our Lord 2025. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what we're going to expect today. From what I'm led to understand, Ursuline College, the Lancers, pretty good quarterback, got several decent wide receivers, and we're seeing that in practice too. They are throwing the ball with some really good tempo and targeting corners here. From what I also hear, so Holy Names, you're going to hear a heavy dose of physicality. They've got a really strong offensive line, a really strong defensive line, and they're going to look to really impose their will here today on UCC. What do you think?
You know what? Again, I think this is going to be a solid football game. I think UCC is they got some players, and it'll be interesting to see how Holy Name adjust to. They have some very talented young men, so it should be a very good football game.
Running down the support staff and the head coaching here from UCC, the head coach is Scott Morgan. You got coaches Jordan King, Greg Millette, Jordan Deneau, Adam McKay, Matt Ruddle, John Pitka, Elvin Bayless, Evan Starr, and the special teams coach rounding out is Carl Emmett. For the Holy Names Knights, your head coach is Dan Hogan. The student manager and trainer is Maui Cardozo. The assistant head coach is Rob McIntyre. The coaching staff are Sean Radigan, Steve Bauer, Craig Poole, John Moynihan, Josh Strongates, Colton Pursley, Brad Tales, Anthony Survey, Rocky Irachi, Ron Cunningham, Chris Scott, Heath McIntyre, Joey Pazzi, Steve McCart, Kyle Moynihan, Lester Lopez, and Tyler Fields. A couple of student volunteers, Denaya and Peyton and Isaac.
With that many coaches, I hope they took a second bus.
I hope so too. You
My
almost
goodness.
outnumber the players.
Like it's, yeah.
Well, it's nice to see a community out supporting the young men here. Let's also not forget our refereeing crew, and unfortunately we didn't quite get all the names here, so apologies that we are leaving some of you out. We do have Al Jemmy as the referee. We've got Brian Westfall and Corey Cousins, and again, apologies to the rest of the Stripes today. I didn't quite grab your names.
Wayne Tatsu, Simon Pico.
I'll look those up for you and make sure that we get them back to you. Right now, we've got Al Jemmy is conducting the coin toss at center field. Captain's here, and we'll quietly let it happen.
Doing the color up here, or
I'm doing the kick.
Okay. Tatsu, they're brothers. Tatsu, yeah, they're brothers.
Got it. All right, a quick announcement here. I've gotten some fantastic last-minute expert help. We've got Simon Pico, and we got the Tatsu brothers, Dwayne and Mike, who are rounding out the officiating crew tonight. All right, so the coin goes up, the coin comes down, it lands, and being shown, Holy Names has won the toss. They are going to defer to the second half, fairly common strategy. And so they're going to switch ends here. Somebody's put their finger up in the wind and determined which way it's swirling. It is a fairly cold and damp evening here, so it is going to be a factor, the weather that is. And I love to say it. Get out here during the summer if you get a chance to come out to St. Clair and watch a game or two. St. Clair is an absolute powerhouse. It's a joy to watch. And if you come out here in the shadow of the Zeckelman Center, so here go the sportsmanlike handshakes here, and going to acknowledge each other's coaching staffs. Nice full stands here for this game. It's nice to see the enthusiasm. All right. Knights, Lancers, I'm detecting a common theme here. Today, it's going to be more about, we think, running the football, especially when it comes to a fairly powerful offensive line for the Knights. they're able to shove around a lot of defensive personnel here. I got them both.
We're wasting time here for Canada.
Should have got the first one.
Yeah. They should be.
All right, folks, and you can hear the applause from the parents here. Welcome back to Acumen here at St. Clair. We are assembling for the 2025 SWOSSAA AAA Championships here. The Holy Names Knights in their white over whites with the navy blue uniforms. UCC Lancers in their gray helmets with the navy blue shirts. White numbers are set to do battle here. Let's see which medieval theme comes out on top. Knights or Lancers? Kickoff coming up. And for the thousands in attendance and the millions listening via YouTube, we are officially underway. Line drive, a bouncing kick fielded at the 15. Grabbed immediately, and an avalanche of white uniforms takes him down immediately. Gets to about the 20. Right.
That one was number 20 on the kickoff return.
So we're anticipating a bit of a trench battle here. We're thinking that it's going to be the defensive lines versus offensive lines today. Potentially a field position.
We'll see how they match up. I mean, you know.
All right, so here we go. The snap, and it's a quarterback run straight up the middle. And he's a quarterback keeper right up past the 35.
That's a nice way to start the game.
Definitely just a simple, straight up.
Little QB lead, and he just took it up inside, and their quarterback, Sawyer, he's a very good football player. He'll play middle linebacker as well.
Very important not to outrun your blocker at that point, too. Fullback leaks through the line, and the quarterback just has to fixate on his back and follow. High snap, gets it down, peels off the pass, but unfortunately, a bit of a hospital pass, goes unattended and off to the sidelines. That'll bring up 2nd and 10.
On the target, that'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Ball here on the 37. Big crowd here, nice full house here at St. Clair. The Lancers in their navy blue uniform. Nice high contrast between the teams.
And in the shotgun formation.
And the ball comes loose. And a fumble is recovered immediately by number 5, Aiden Greenwood. Holy Name's defensive end just pounces on the miscue, and much like the first game, we've seen a mistake early.
Yeah, those are plays that you just can't have happen. I tell you, that number 11 last week against Herman was just dominating.
It was a
football
wrecking
player.
ball.
And, he come out and got off the football real fast. He's crazy athletic, made a huge play there. Now, short field for Holy Names.
And again, Adosa there, coming off and creating havoc for Holy Names. Here's number 7. That's Noah Hand. We were expecting to call young Mr. Hand's name a few times.
And just like that, there it is.
And they waste absolutely no time. A draw play, and they spring him up the middle for the major. And once again, left over from that first game, we see a miscue turn into points for the other team, courtesy of the short field that you left them to work with. 6-0 at this point. Let's see if the extra point adds some insult to injury there. It's up.
That took just over a minute and a half, and we got ourselves a 7-0 ball game already.
If you want to talk about quarterback efficiency or offensive efficiency at that point, wow. So, quick strike, but again, comes off of a relatively easy miscue there. That can happen to anybody. The jitters in the start of a game, and a young man doesn't quite get the snap. And again, right there to pounce on it. You just hand it off to Noah Hand, and he absolutely did the rest. So here's the good news, UCC fans. You're going to get another shot at this right now. This is where a coach just says, let's reset, boys. Let's see what we can do with this one.
Takes the big kick.
And it's a boot. But it's blocked, and the up back is recovered.
Taken down around the 50-yard line.
Got some wrestling up around the 50 there.
Back number 19, Alex Amores Carlo.
What happened? I lost track of the
And there we go.
Kicked it hard off the second line.
Okay.
It's a tactic that I'm starting to see a little more prevalent even in professional leagues, where they're starting to kick it line drive straight at somebody who might not be prepared to field that ball, and hoping for a quick recovery by bouncing it off of a receiving team player.
Line drive, try and hit it off the line and recover. But they did good enough.
Quarterback in the shotgun.
Flags fly here. We've got a player that's offside. And a quick run is met quickly right there by number 50, Ronald Adoga.
With the run.
Adoga, one of those two-way players that's hard to move.
Yeah, Ronald's a fantastic football player.
Offside.
Oh, they got, yeah.
Yep. We're going to wind up with a 5-yard penalty here, so
Offside against Holy Names.
we could see it fairly easily. It's just a young man stepped and he knew it immediately, and not much you can do about that. So here you go, 5 more yards that you've got to gain, and all right, Emmett Sawyer takes the ball, fires it, far side.
The hands of his intended receiver. Number 11, Jaden Bayless.
He had number 1, Antonios Esho there with the stop.
Number 1, Antonios Esho with the tackle and stop.
That was a pretty effective jump ball there. One almost wonders if Esho maybe didn't get there a tad early. But thankfully, I'm not calling the game. Leave that to the professional referees here. All right, here we go. Handoff. Sussed out immediately, but he still bounces out, and he's going to convert that to a first down. Well done. Some hard contact in the backfield, but he continues bouncing out to his right, keeps those feet and hips moving, and he dances all the way down far enough to move the sticks. Seems like the run game is going to be fairly central for both sides here. Something that you're going to see is common as the weather gets colder, the games get more real. Ball security definitely becomes critical in these games, and we've already seen that. It's the difference in the score. Shotgun snap. And he's still on his feet, and he's still moving. Some determination there, and that's going to be a really close spot.
Close to a first down, but does not quite get there.
And Sawyer Emmett really making the most of all of his steps. So that's going to be a 2nd and short. Some determination exhibited right there by the Navy Blue number 7. The ball now on the 39-yard line. 2nd and 1. Out of the shotgun.
Sawyer out of the shotgun, takes the snap,
hands it off.
I don't think he got
And
there.
it looks like he got stopped.
Gets stopped. At the
May
line.
even have lost a yard or two
I'm
there.
not sure I like that spot. I mean, I think he was more than at the 40-yard line. But
Sometimes it can be hard for a referee to see forward progress in the midst of a
3rd and 2.
pile of large bodies. So that ball spotted exactly on the
my
pristine
guess
white
is the
lines of the 40.
quarterback's going to keep the ball here, and he'll get himself a couple of yards.
Here we go. Variant of the
Emmett takes it himself.
tush push here.
Getting a couple yards. Good enough for a first down. Lancers.
And as you can hear, that's enough for a first down. Some steady progress here. Some no panic, some no trying to carve out some big plays. They're just trying to keep the ball moving. Keep more first downs coming at this point.
Yeah, again, you don't turn the ball over. You put yourself in a good situation to be successful and be in the game. It's when you get short fields on turnovers that cost you.
Back up to the line here. Ball's on the 35. 1st and 10 here for UCC. Snap for the Lancers. We've got an offside. We got early movement. Free play here. It's all over to the far side, where Tesman Haddon hauls it in.
To everyone watching the live stream, we apologize, unfortunately, for the lady that's screaming completely out of control, but we'll do our best here.
We're going to do our best to work with the ambient crowd noise here, folks. Smooth as silk professionals will still bring you the
Yeah,
live
we're
stream.
going to try our best. I mean, hopefully...
Adapt, improvise, overcome. That's what we do.
It's all about the athletes, not about some parent that wants to scream.
Parents, deflected.
Alrighty, so again, ball on the 30 here. 1st and 5. They've got half. They need 5 more. Probably in field goal range here at least, but obviously looking for more. Receivers in motion. Here's a deep ball. He's got him burned. And it is caught. UCC answers.
First touchdown of the game is a big one. Into the back.
That is where I think UCC will have some success.
Touchdown.
I think just testing the DB situation for holy names, I think could cause them some issues. And as you see,
Strong and accurate arm for sure.
Sawyer put it right on the money. I think that was Jaden Bayless that run underneath it, and we have ourselves a
Dropped it
1-point game.
right on him. Couldn't ask for a better pass. He couldn't have walked it up there and placed it in Bayless's hands any better.
Did you see what number that was?
Sorry, no.
We were talking in the first game about how it's tough to find a quarterback who can throw 30, 40 yards on a dime. And you said something that'll stick with me is that if you're gifted with a quarterback who can do that, absolutely you'll trust him. And that was a case of a designed play, clearly. It was a right side fly there. And they were definitely trusting their QB to drop a dime on the receiver there. And he put it right in between the ones.
Yeah, he was open, and again, I think
And that was number 11.
it was
Sawyer Emmett there.
And you had Sawyer throwing touchdown passes. He kicks the extra points. Sawyer does it all.
Sawyer does it all thus far. The
DJ Phillips got the
that
touchdown
DJ
pass.
Phillips who got it at that point. Sorry, my fault. I misidentified. Number 20, DJ Phillips there.
Again, sorry.
Erroneously giving credit, thankfully. Been corrected up here. And so that ties it up. As we were anticipating, a pretty even struggle here. Saw blade kick, spinning end over end. Brought out here by number 11. That is Jaden Bayless. I can now give him some. Number 11, sorry, Adosa. Helps if I get the colors right, huh? All right, so.
That Adosa, he does it all. I mean, you see him playing defensive end. He recovered the fumble. He returns kicks. Very, very gifted athlete.
And this is one where you say to, as a coach, you can't teach length.
No, he's big. He's tall. He's tall, athletic.
Definitely has the long legs, the long arms there, and boy, you'd hate to see that coming if you're an offensive lineman, but you definitely, he kick returns too. Handoff out of the backfield here is immediately stacked. One of the Lancers fights through traffic and just plants his shoulders into the guts of the runner. Stops him there. Gain of about 4. You don't mind that if you're working on first down, though, as an offensive coach. You wind up with a decent gain and something to work with on second down.
Once again, going right back.
Handoff again, off to number 7. Number 7 is Noah Hand, and he breaks 3 almost exactly to midfield. We are expecting to call young Mr. Hand's name a few times tonight, and it looks like the coaches have read our mind and agree with our game plan here. Just give him a steady dose of what's working. And young Mr. Hand, obviously, with his legs ready to go here. Empty backfield here. Here's the snap. Quarterback keeper off to the left side. He's rumbling, stumbling, and he is, in fact, going to go through and grab the first here.
That will be a first down.
Move them sticks. That's going to be number 9, Stephon Morgan, there with the keeper. Very obviously a designed play there, an empty backfield. Snap, and he didn't even hesitate. Took off and found the correct hole and just scampered. Ticking down under 4 minutes here. The first. A dead even ball game. Dead fly, big heave. 1-on-1. Batted down. The referee says, no, sir, that's clean. And that's number 2. Where have we got him? Wyatt Cross, number 2.
Step for step with the young man and just knock the ball down. That's tremendous coverage.
That was well done, too. Just getting the hand up there. And as DB, sometimes he's flying. He just lit the afterburners, and I've got to light and go with him. He did a great job there of reacting to that. Like they say, sometimes you can't know this game. You've got to feel it almost in your backside and be able to say, oh, crud.
Take the ball under center. Hand off to Hand. This one he runs.
And it is the handoff, but we've got some laundry on the field here, and if I'm not mistaken, I saw the right receiver potentially a step or two early there.
Yeah, if it's a side guy, that's what it's probably going to be. It's probably going to be a receiver leaving early.
Well, it's interesting for fans who may not be versed in the football verse here. Where you see a flag on the field will sometimes tell you what the call is most likely to be. And that's interesting.
5-yard penalty.
So indeed, it is going to be offside holy names. It'll be 5 yards here. So if you do see it at the side judge there, chances are you saw an offside at that
It's
point.
usually offside or procedure. It could be offside defense, procedure on offense. That's about the only real things they call.
But they won't be going and call these other ones.
And we could, of course, chapter and verse and go through a whole lesson on if you see a flag here, it will be X. But right now, a drop back and a toss. And right through the fingers of the DB. And he is moving, sandwiched, and finally brought down by Alanza. But what a pass, and right through the fingers of the defender.
Should have been a pick. He was right there. I'm not sure who missed it. I think it was number 11, Jaden Bayless. And I mean, he was in great position to make that play and just right through his hands.
And he made the athletic move to get up after that football.
Great concentration by the receiver to be able to come down with that thing.
And I'll be honest, that Morgan pass had some pretty good zip on it too. Shotgun, and it's a quarterback keeper. 9 calls his own number and keeps the ball moving. He's going to get maybe 3 yards here, I think. And back to that, sometimes you get a little aggressive and eager, and maybe, you're moving forward and you just don't have the time to get the hands up and react to that.
I think he thought he had it and it just went through his hands. And I tell you, I wish he's probably thinking, man, I wish I had that play back.
I bet you the first thing he thought is, where the heck did the football go? It was here 1 second and gone the next. And here we go. We got a handoff going right and some heavy contact, and it looks like he may be down to the 5 here, but he certainly didn't quite get enough turf to move those orange sticks.
This is 3rd and 3. They're going for this here.
And deep in this territory, Coach, right now, is there a place where it's automatic? Now, of course, it's different for every offense. But with your normal football team, does there become a line, like say, is it at the 20, is it at the 25, where you say, oh, no question, this is 3 down territory?
It's early, so they just probably taking a shot at it here.
And so here comes the handoff, and number 7, no hand, is submarined and brought down. And this is going to be close. It's going to come down to the spot here. Wow, does look like he potentially got a friendly spot there.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was short. I mean, but hey, I'm up in the booth.
The nose of the ball, definitely a friendly spot
I'm not sure about
there.
that one, but that was very, very gracious spot.
Here we go. Now it's going to be on the Lancer defense to be resilient. And there's the pitch, number 6 across. And that'll be Ty Vittemore who plunges it in, off tackle left. And they are trading body blows here. The first quarter about to stumble to a close here. Haymakers being launched all over the place. Some games don't end with 4 majors, but thus far, teams showing that they definitely want to not settle for field goals. Point after here.
And it is up. And good. Hudson going for 14-7.
Deep into the night, bouncing off of the fence here. That's fantastic. We've got an automatic sensor. I said an F word and the lady bleeped me out with her horn. Love it. A fantastic fun facility here. If you haven't been here, there's all kinds of great stuff there. Fantastic snack bar, a smoothie shop, if you believe that. There's some sand volleyball courts just over here at the other side of the end zone here. And it really is a place that you need to come watch a game or two during the summer. St. Clair puts on a heck of a show. They're really worth the price of admittance. Speaking of a heck of a show, so we've got a 14-7 score here now. We're going to have Holy Names kicking it off. Off the leg of Hudson Viancourt, number 34. Young Mr. Viancourt pots a bouncer, rolling across the 20. Takes his time setting it up, and he is absolutely avalanched. The Knights swarming there.
He sure did take a long time getting to that football and just kind of nonchalant, and they were flying down there.
Yeah, you can't give that gunner an extra split second, or he's going to latch onto you, and then everybody else is going to follow. And that's exactly what happened. So, a long field to work for here, UCC, but they've proven that they can do it. They popped a major before, and their quarterback, Sawyer Emmett, he definitely has the golden arm there, and he's capable of grabbing a chunk of yardage here. So don't sleep on UCC at all. We've got a lot of ball games still to go here.
Close it up. It's getting close now.
Sawyer Emmett passes it behind his
And
back.
there's a backfield pass, almost a lateral. Back there to number 4, Tayshawn Haddon.
Number 4, Tayshawn Haddon making the play.
Scatters the side judges and the stick crew, making them get out of the way.
That one doesn't look like it's quite a first down. We're very close.
Drop that down marker and run when you see somebody that size coming at you with that kind of speed.
That will be the end of the first quarter, 14-7.
That's going to be the end of the first quarter here. Wow, the clock ran away from us fast there, holy cow.
The second and 10 center just behind Acton Stadium.
12 down, 12 to go in the half.
Fresh baked goods, hot chocolate, and more. Please be sure to stop by and say hi.
All right, and we're back here. Ready to rock and roll again.
And on the second one,
Ball of the 29, 2nd and 1. Here comes the run. Got some blocking, and this is going to be a near run thing, but I think he's got it. Good old Uncle Mo, momentum continuing his plunge forward.
takes it himself, getting maybe a few yards and the first down.
Ball gets to the 32-yard line here. UCC going to look to convert that, keep some momentum now that they've put a little bit of turf behind themselves. One in the backfield here. It's a snap. Quarterback keeper, he dodges it, and he heaves it. Oh my goodness. Oh, Lord. Oh, and right in the hands again. Really great. Let's make sure we give credit to Sawyer Emmett there for an absolutely fantastic pass, and I'm sure Tez Haddon wishes he had that one back. There's not much you can do but run your way back, don't walk, get into the huddle and say, man, I'm sorry, so I'm going to get that next one.
Wow, that was a tremendous play by Sawyer Emmett. He stepped up and, threw kind of just one step into it. And, yeah, there was another 7 points. The young man just dropped it.
They just want the medic to the sideline, the other sideline.
Yep. We're always attentive when the medics come down.
Need him in the stands. Oh no, it's the kid here.
Medic? I think it's fine.
Nothing serious at this point.
2-minute blood timeout. Okay.
Got a leaky player here.
2-minute blood timeout.
Looks like that's number 3, Jude Sherburne. He's up and walking.
Subbed out, so it's now he's coming back in.
All right, and he looks like he's been patched up nicely. He's on the way back in.
Jude is one of their top players. He's a very good football player.
You hate to see anybody out just because of a couple of scrapes and nicks, but it's a very sound policy. You don't want to wind up with any blood being transferred anywhere.
No, well, the Medic make it back across the field from this place.
You got it. We're all observing up here in the booth that, perhaps the best run of the day coming from the Medic. Making her way back to the opposing sidelines. Got some speed there. Signed that young lady up for a kick return. Single back here behind Emmett. Fakes the handoff. Defensive end comes in and leaps, gets the hands up, goes to the other side, and once again, but this time the pass skips downwards. Not a heck of a lot the receiver could do about that there. And again, trying to go right back to Tesman Haddon, who had the unfortunate long-distance drop, and that's something you might do as a coach. You might immediately call that kid's number again and say, we believe in you. Sure. Go get this one. Got some fans with some leather lungs here, and got a leather foot here and a great big boot. And there it is, number 11. There's Adosa again, and he is moving. Big Bird can run, and he dances on the sideline, but a toenail goes out at the 45-ish.
This should be, I think this is going to be a block in the back by number 8. This was a huge block in the back that was missed.
And
I think I think the head referee called it, but it was missed. Number 8 come rolling down. I think it was 8 for Holy Names, just level the guy.
You love to see the good physicality, but sometimes, unfortunately, they don't get the front numbers. They get the back numbers.
Yeah, you got to hit him straight up.
So on the blindside block, that's going to wind up being a 15 there. And that's a major, and you hate to see that happen because great return there. He was dancing along the sidelines, and again, for a really big, long-limbed kid, you don't usually see agility with that combination.
He is very, very athletic. Like, he makes a lot of plays. He does a lot of things for them.
And he was a toenail there from turning that completely upfield and maybe carving out another 15, 20 yards there. Had the entire defense converging on him, so I don't think that was in major territory. So no major regrets here, and another high-powered chance for Holy Names here.
Morgan takes the snap.
Here comes the snap.
Handout to Noah Hand.
And trying to lead block, a QB trying to lead block out there for his running back, but he's going to get met enthusiastically, and it's going to be a drop of a yard here.
That one, number 54, with a big tackle.
Well sniffed out there by the UCC defense. The Lancers lancing into the backfield and taking care of business. 2nd and 11. The football is going to be on the 34-yard line here. Fans trying to muster their defense here. Some confusion as to the play call here.
Yeah, this has got to be delayed game here.
Going to use a timeout
Probably a
here.
smart delay or timeout, as it was going to be a delay game.
That's something you always have to keep an eye on as a coach, and you have to understand, hey, at this point, especially in the first half, not such a big deal. Let's burn a timeout here and get this right.
For sure.
We'd like to welcome everybody in here, the absolute hundreds of you that are out there watching. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we hope that we're doing your Warriors justice here today. no matter where you're from, hey, tell your friends, send the link. Let's get everybody on board. Let's have a party here. Why not? All right, UCC Holy Names, Lancers, Knights. Really good struggle here. 14-7. Holy Names driving from the 34. 2nd and 11 here. Here's the snap. Back to pass. He hits him on the out pattern. Number 3, Aaron Gauthier hauls that sucker in and tiptoes out of bounds nicely.
Out of bounds for a first down, Knights.
And there's that kind of a drive-saving play that's just a very basic. It's just an out and up.
Yeah, they hook up a lot. I mean, he runs that little hitch and hitch to the boundary, and that's been a bread and butter play for them.
And here we go with the run, and he is met hard, absolutely. And Emmett Sawyer doing it both ways here. Emmett throwing a really good hold-on-to-him tackle there. That was well done to recognize the rock coming through the line and saying, oh, just smack him, hold on to him, and hope I get some help fast. 2nd and 4 from the 52 here. Single back set for the Knights. Quarterback keeper sniffed out immediately right away and twisting, turning, doing everything he can.
That one gets him just out of bounds.
Get a bit out of the rhythm there of the drive. It's important with only 3 down football here. It's something that, potentially, if you've been watching the NFL for too long, you don't realize what losing a quarter of your
running
tries.
back. You got a solid fullback. I'm just not sure why you're, trying to pick up 4 or 5 yards with the quarterback when you got a kid that's probably one of the premier running backs in the province.
Devil's advocate now, if you give them too much of a good thing in the first half, potentially you're just trying to give them a different look on a play there. And we've got a ball loose way back there, and it is going to result in a mammoth loss. Errant snaps seem to happen at the worst possible times during these games.
There's a young man, Jude Shelbourne, who, again, a very gifted athlete himself, tracks the young man down, makes a huge tackle, breaks down, makes the play, doesn't allow the guy to kick it. So now, Ursuline's going to be able to 24-yard line. Let's see if they can capitalize here.
Here you're going to work on trying to even it up. Prime real estate here. Coming down from the 24-yard line.
Is this a lefty? I didn't notice.
Lancers out of the shotgun. Takes his time, lets the play set up, and just whistles it high.
And wide open. They ran a double flood route there. They had a guy about 7 yards short, and the other guy about 12 yards running outs. And he just he put it over the first guy's head.
And if he's got that on target, that's going to be more than likely a completion there. But the good news there, if you're an offensive coordinator, you had that play well designed. He was open. It was just a matter of maybe a little bit of excitement coming off the fingertips of the quarterback there and caused him to put a little extra steam on it. So here's the great news about sports. You always get another try. 2nd and 10 from the 24 here. UCC.
It's a lateral
pass. Springing, moving, juking, jiving, gets down through the 20. A little bit of extracurriculars there, but nothing too big. We're looking at DJ Phillip there, number 20 for UCC, the recipient of the lateral. And on those, you've got to make sure you secure that, because that's a backwards pass.
It is. That's a live ball. That's a live ball. If he drops that, and there's a situation here again. A lot of kids don't understand that lateral pass like that, and
you used to see that as an old defensive player.
Going to kick a field goal here, which I think is a smart move.
Take the points that you can grab while you
Holy
can.
Name's very fortunate if they come out of here with only 3 points. I mean, you give the ball up at your 24. It's usually not a good thing.
every game's a game of inches, and this one's definitely that. And now it's blocked by a fingertip here. Holy Names is going to come away with it here on the 25.
That's a backbreaker, you know. Pines create their opportunity, create a great opportunity for themselves by running down and covering that muff snap for the punt, and then they come away with nothing. I mean that's you just got to capitalize there. You got to make that happen.
And so the scales balance here, and we're right back to where we were before all the miscues and the exchange of possessions. 6 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Shotgun snap. Fake the handoff. Here's a pass, and again, maybe a little extra mustard on that hot dog. And that ball falls incomplete, drifts down to the 40 unattended.
Again, they got massive O-line, one of the premier running backs in the province. Ran the ball pretty successfully at the beginning.
But you've got a quarterback with some pretty good judgment skills here.
Now they want to wing it around.
Veteran coaching presence up here in the booth, preaching patience. Wise counsel here. But they're going to drop back to sling it again. And doubtful whether he came down in bounds or not here. They are going to call that a catch. Say that he dragged one out of bounds. Those toenails left extra long today.
That was a catch, number 3, Aaron Joseph.
Thank you so much. Fantastic stuff here. That's a really athletic play there. Evidently, far side of the field, dragging a toenail, just bringing that down. Fresh set of downs from the 37 here. The Knights hand it off. And there's that power run coach is craving. He winds up gashing off
They pulled their backside guy, rolled him up inside there.
And what's the key there? You want to get that linebacker frozen, or you want to get him moving to the other side?
No, it's just you outnumber him, right? When you pull a guy and you bring a guy up inside, you outnumber him at the point of attack.
Straight up force of numbers.
And that's what football is, you know.
So now 2nd and 3, heavy formation and a big push. Lots of heavy movement up front, and they're not going to settle for the first. They're grabbing some extra across midfield into enemy territory.
Over to the yard, but when it's second or whatever, I have to.
Well, before the game, we started talking about the physicality of that offensive line, and it's definitely proven to be true.
Yeah,
sometimes you just grab the ball and shove the other guy until you get what you want. Impose your will.
They're big and strong, and
Tell it where it is and it does the math.
I'm surprised that they're not just running the ball more.
One of our favorite aphorisms up here in the booth: if they can't stop it, keep giving it to them. So here we go. That ball is still there in a wrestling match. The danger when you stay up is that somebody could rip at that ball. That's why you spend all the time in the weight room working on finger exercises even. Hold on to that football. Hand definitely did that there. 2nd and 4 here. Ball's on the 45. Pretty good sustained drive here. Began back at their own 25, if I recall correctly. So far, a decent mix of passes, some successful, some not. Quarterback keeper, and he's going to move, and it is going to be close. I think his forward progress is going to mark him just a bit shy. But they certainly haven't been shy about getting the big bodies in there and just simply imposing their will on the defense here. And that last time they did this, they wound up pushing for some extra yardage. So let's see if the defense has learned anything from the last time. Going to be another QB keep and the big push.
Problem is, when you run them all the time and you want to run the quarterback, it's not like you have a plethora of quarterbacks on your roster, right? Usually the drop off from your starter to your second string is a very, very big drop off. So
They like to see
And
number
obviously your
54,
playbook-
Joel Ameka, there leading the way.
Your playbook, probably is cut in half when you bring in your second quarterback. So
So a fresh set of downs again here.
Stop the 3-minute warning.
Driving steadily. Gears all meshing together. Ball on the 39. Here comes the handoff. He's running behind. Take a stutter step. And he moves across the first down territory past the 30. Good run there.
nice patience, very nice patience by Noah.
Now, is that a purposeful stutter step, you think?
Yeah, I think he was just waiting for the guy waiting for the hole to open up.
Ursula and Lancers here taking a timeout. We're going to step away for a second. 2:28 to go before the half. And everybody coming back after the timeout, and we're monitoring the live chat here, and it's really nice to see some of your former players, Coach, giving you a shout out.
Yeah, all is well, Quinn. Thanks for the shout out, buddy. Thanks for asking. I hope all is well with you. I'm glad you're able to, tune into the stream and watch the game.
And Quinn Donaldson there. Thanks to everybody else, fantastic. We've got an equal mix of rooters on both sides. And here's a handoff to Hand. There is the handoff, and he is going to easily make a fresh set.
First down, Knights.
Coin a phrase there, not to overuse it, the handoff. We expected to call his name quite a bit. And 7 rushing steadily towards 7 here. Quite a turnaround from where it looked like the Lancers had the ball and were going to be driving to score, and that shows you how semi-quickly a football game can turn.
This is a big drive here. Like if Holy Name can capitalize right before half, this is big.
Yep. All right, there is another handoff, and he literally has a UCC player riding him all the way down to close-ish to the goal line.
Yeah, he is running downhill, and he's running hard.
And let's just give some credit there. A magic hole opened up between guard and tackle, and that's 2 linemen knowing what they're doing. Realizing what number was called in the huddle and saying, oh, I've got to turn to my left. Oh, I've got to turn to my right. Let's get these guys moving, and they did that. Crowded backfield here for Holy Names. Hand taking a breath, straightening up, and the push, and the 6. Well, a whole game can turn on one possession. That could have easily been 14-all, a tie game there, and instead you wind up by 2 majors going into the half here.
Yeah, that's a big drive right there that they just capped off.
And let's reinforce it again. Several times the offensive line just flat imposing their will, not tossing anyone around by any means. There's no mismatch, but just deciding we are going to make this happen. Oh, and a tough snap. Holders never get the credit, but in this case, a great rescue recovery by the holder there. And Viancourt punches it through to add the insult to the injury on the major. 21-7, $1:34 to go in the half here.
Hey, buddy.
All right, you.
Good, thank you.
End of a long season.
Yes, I know, you're right, yeah. Are you gonna be at the U on Thursday, Jeff?
No. This is my last one.
really full house here tonight. It's nice to see everybody out despite the, well, we'll call them cool
I'm glad I'm up
temperatures.
here in the booth. It's a lot warmer than out there, I'll tell you that.
You definitely want to find a spot that doesn't have a lot of breeze to it. Could have been worse. It was definitely dampish with some precipitation earlier, and thankfully we've avoided most of that. But you know darn well that's a cold football, and got some moisture down there on the field, residual from earlier. Skittering kick goes straight back to the 20. It's fielded with speed. Number 20 across. Eludes a tackle. He was in the grass, but now he's not. And he just heads straight out the sideline.
He is fast, number 20.
He's got some speed. That's second gear.
DJ Phillips, he can run.
That's second gear there.
Someone on the chat asking, I believe officers at the University of Guelph this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so it is
Monday,
that
Tuesday, Wednesday next week.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week at the University of Guelph is where Officer Bowls will take place. I believe you can also find a live stream of the games on the Officer website as well.
All right, the football.
I will be in Cancun, Mexico, so I hope the games go well.
And the entire booth just got jealous. Single back set. Here's the snap. The left-handed pitch and the immediate out. Milking the clock here. Straight out Jaden Bayless with the well-designed grab.
Winner of this game
All right.
Wednesday against SWOSSAA.
Buck 20 to go here. Lancers determined to make something of it. And there's number 7, Sawyer Emmett, with the keeper.
You know what?
Grabs that first.
Ursula's doing a fantastic job using the sidelines as a timeout, right? I mean, they threw that quick little out, stopped the clock. Two plays they've taken off about, I think 14 seconds. So they've done a great little job using the sidelines, like I said, and saving their timeouts.
And that's tough to defend against as a defensive coordinator as well. There's not a lot you can do other than jam the receivers and really hope that you can get a hand on a ball.
Very aware of game situations. So it's nice to see that.
Clock winds, 1:14, 1:13. Pass out here to the sidelines.
Yeah, I was going to say
We're going to wind up with
definitely
a late hit here.
Aggressive and physical tackle. Clock's going to stop here. This is going up 15 yards.
We'll call this an unnecessary roughness more than likely, and that's probably going to move the sticks. Well, the possession of the football looks like it was a first.
I think he's calling a horse collar.
Let's wait for the third team.
Head tackle.
Blow to the head?
Hit to the head here. There you go. You don't like to see the head snap around there at all, but again, we don't think it's intentional targeting at all. It's just the changing dynamic of a play. A guy goes to make a play on the offense. You're going to hit him one space, and all of a sudden he's in a totally different space. He starts to go down, and you accidentally deliver a blow where you legally shouldn't.
Unfortunately, it happens. I don't think any young man comes out.
Overload left, but he never even looks back. He goes right, and it is knocked away relatively easily. He never even looked off towards the trips right there.
They had quads over here. They had quads right, and then a wheel route in the backside. I like the play call. I mean, but
at the very least, you'd like your quarterback to turn his head.
I probably would have flipped it and went quads to the field and ran single back to the single receiver to the boundary. But hey, I mean, it's a lot farther to throw trying to throw it to the wide side of the field like that. But that's why I'm up in the booth, bud, and they're down there.
Definitely made it easy. He was fixated for sure on his receiver the entire way. That head never turned.
Yeah.
You'd like to Get you an Emmy here. Do a little bit of acting, a little bit of salesman's job here.
Okay.
Emmett takes it to the shotgun. Fake handoff.
Fakes the handoff, takes it to the outside. Number 4, drop them stairs, and he heads out of bounds.
Like I'm telling you, they know their field awareness and the way they're running this drive right now is absolutely flawless. Like
And
they
when
are
you're at a
just,
practice and you see coaches yelling when they're coaching that 2-minute drill at practice, this is what they're yelling about. The mental awareness to be able to plant yourself and get out of bounds. Secure that ball, get them feet.
yeah, like that. Like that's a great job. The play action, right? Inside zone. He pulls it, rolls out, hits the guy in a drag across the field.
First and 10 from the 17-yard line here. We got somebody who jumped, so a free play here.
Target number 11.
Off to the left side, but it is going to come back, and they're going to get another shot at it.
Number 12.
Not a lot of yards to give down here at the 17-yard line, but they're going to get, I think, 5 free here. Somebody jumped. Referee's discussing it here. Did we have some motion on the offensive line? It's going to wind up being an offside defense here. You can see which way the referee is facing off to march it, and indeed he starts marching 5 yards closer here for the Lancers. Not a crucial penalty at this point. You never want to see a penalty at all, but this is something that's easily overcome.
Yeah, well, the problem is it stops the clock, right? Gets them 5 yards closer to the field or to the end zone. So again, it's it's a win-win for the Pines or Ursuline.
And if you're on defense, you've never felt 45 seconds take so long in your life.
No, this is again the time. They have done a fantastic job time management.
Going good to go deep. He's got him beat. Does he come down with it? Yes, he does. Possession. That's going to be an answer for 6 here. And that's how you want to go into the half. If you've given up a couple of majors and are on the wrong end of a 21-7 score, you're definitely going to want to put that sucker up as time expires.
That was
Here.
you could not run that entire.
A decent pass, maybe a little behind the receiver, and so the receiver had to climb the ladder there and really just out-muscle the DB and make sure that he secured that ball.
The entire time management on that drive was absolutely fantastic.
And we're going to have an objectionable conduct on the defense afterwards. Maybe a little frustration rearing its head.
Which again, I mean, talk about a silly and selfish play. But here's a thought. Maybe just cover the guy and you don't have to talk. And now you just cost your team a 10-yard penalty on the kickoff, right? Like, it's just senseless.
You love to hear the coaching staff passionate up here at this point, and you want to make sure you get in the head of all your young men to say, let's not make those mental mistakes. We've got another flag here.
And another one.
Are we starting to see some
This is going to be
issues?
You know what? Here's the funny part. They got too many men, and they're going to get another objectionable conduct, I believe.
A little bit of
So
a
the
sloppy
objectionables
stumble
are going to
here.
add on. Like, it's an add-on penalty. Like, this is not smart.
You like to see your players playing with some controlled aggression, but you have to keep your head as well as your feet in this game.
He threw the flag right at 30 as he ran by him.
Yeah. You're talking about the white hat?
Yeah.
It was just
Now, I'm not seeing a lot of overt physicality here, but it seems to be maybe, somebody getting a little bit of verbal diarrhea here. Try to impose some verbal will on a player. None of us are immune to a bit of trash talking. In fact, it's entertaining.
Too many men.
Okay, so we're going to retry to that. So too many men against Ursuline. Retry to kick. Penalty will be applied on the kickoff.
Too many men against Ursuline.
cancel
Retry to kick
objectionable
the penalty
conduct.
will be applied on the kickoff.
So we're back to.
And for those of you listening live, you can hear the expertise behind us. We absolutely love this. We're going to retry the kick here.
Kick is up.
The kick is up. It spins through the bright yellow uprights. And with that, it's a one-possession game again.
That makes it a 1-point.
Gives you a little bit of breathing room going into the half where you as a coach can say, see, I told you, just keep your heads, don't panic, make them make the mistakes. We can come back on this.
In that weather,
Especially after they showed the warm-up.
So we're going to get a little bit of
40 yards rush.
extra bonus yardage here.
they saw it. They offset.
39.2.
The 2 penalties offset. They're kicking out for normal.
All right, so we wound up with 2 penalties offsetting there. It's going to be your normal kick. After all that, back as you were.
No, it's great sitting up in the booth and you get to listen to the armchair quarterbacks in the stands. I absolutely love it as a coach.
Boy, imagine if you gave the fans a headset for a game and let them call plays.
I tell you,
It'd be a disaster.
You know, got a lot of Tom Brady sitting down there.
No disrespect to you offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators in the stands. But maybe it's a good thing we're up here and you're in the stands. There we go. A weird one-hopper that bounces into his knees and he hurdles one. Bigford Adosa taking flight.
This guy, I tell you, he's special. He's a special football player.
That's
Like,
a lot
he
of
just-
fun to watch that.
He's got to be 6'3", 6'4".
And he's
just
taking the
hurdles the
chances
kid.
there.
Keeps
Trusting his
going.
athleticism and just keeps the motor moving. We just have to chuckle up here because if we tried that right now, we'd lose knees and discs would be flying everywhere. And, oh, to be young again.
Now let's see what happens here.
No, what last year they didn't, they might.
That's probably off the fringe. Right?
That's the problem, they only had 2 schools.
How often do you see a defensive end who moves like that with a wingspan like that? My word. And here's a nice out pass, and it's caught. He's trying to make something out of nothing, and he does! He's got one to beat. And he hits pay dirt. Under 20 seconds to go here. One good, accurate strike, a couple of blockers, and all he had to do was outrun the DB.
Touchdown, nice.
Wow.
Wow.
You know what? That's the way you respond right there. I mean, one play, it's wow. That's all I can say. Wow.
Come back and just let them know.
The one thing you don't want to give up, you don't want to give up a big play like that with
You say, we
very little
are
time and a
them.
half. You climb back into this thing and you got yourself within one score, and then you give up a little hitch that he turns into a 75-yard touchdown pass and catch.
Found a great seam there and exploited it. That ball soars into the night sky here. St. Clair,
And a big play.
19.8 to go in the half. A lot of fun. Great football game.
And this time leading.
Out of big plays.
Yeah, couple of big plays. Some fantastic arms on the quarterbacks here, doing a great job. Holy Names perhaps relying a little too much on the pass a couple of times, but they've come out ahead on the scoreboard here. Their run, their offensive line, as we surmised in the beginning, was really going to be the factor in the game, really pushing the football forward a couple of times when they looked like the drive might stall. And they really did impose the will. It wasn't a case of them just getting that first down by inches like you see so often. They really lowered the shoulders. Great technique, all in one. You could see the push like a surge.
Going for its kick.
Kickoff.
Number 4.
Right all the way back.
10.
T-Shawn Haddon takes it, and he's brought down.
That's great coverage. Just great coverage getting down there.
A little bit amped up there. Some extracurriculars that went unobserved, I think. The referee's huddling here because it was definitely a Holy Names player that was pitched to the ground there, but I think the referees are just going to call it football action and play on, boys. Well, all that ran a few seconds off the clock. 14.5 here to go. If you're a defensive back here, stretch your hamstrings. You're likely to see a couple of burners right now. Single back in the backfield here.
In the
The
backfield.
Lancers.
Shotgun formation.
The left-handed deep pass delivered.
It's
And it is caught on the double juggle.
What?
Fantastic effort by Tayshawn Hatt, redeeming himself after perhaps the costly drop in the first.
This is, I tell you, the final, minute and a half here, it's just flying all over the place. Got a couple of gunslingers. I love it.
Nobody's giving anything up here.
And Lord knows it. Probably one more play. Maybe if he gets rid of the ball quickly, 2 plays. If he hits the sideline real quick. But, they might score here. Who knows?
Do we have a timeout?
It's certainly well within the realm of possibility.
So who called it?
Going to have a couple of subs here. It looks like Holy Names has called a timeout here.
Yeah.
Ursuline calls a timeout.
Yeah.
The last of the half.
Timeout.
My guess, he'd probably tell him, let's try and pick up a quick 10 yards, and then we'll take one more shot at. Again, if he can get another 10 yards, he might be able to get a field goal.
Got to be a quick out
He
here.
might be able to get a field goal. It'd be hard to say. Maybe get some points, maybe.
You'd ideally like to be closer to the 30 or so. Obviously, ideally you'd like as close as possible, but generally speaking, you don't have a lot of kickers in the high school range that are going to go from 40-plus yards.
Team that had the best kicker,
All right. The intrigue builds here.
50-yard field goal.
If this was the end of the game, we'd be tearing our hair out right now.
The 50-yard field goal looking around.
Here it comes. They're lining up.
Everybody's to this side.
Their quads over here.
Sawyer's by himself.
Overload
Guys
right.
on his right and one on his left.
Student body right. Here we go.
In the backfield.
Almost a jump, but not quite. Takes off. Gets to the line and throws it incomplete. 1.5. A precious second and a half remaining on the clock.
In the half.
I don't think his arm's been there for him.
That's it.
All right, so we're back here, 1.5. They break the huddle.
That's it, yeah.
And we're going to get a timeout called here.
Oh, who's taking?
Something happened.
Just making sure that everything is procedurally perfect here.
5 on his right side.
4-1 here. Lets it develop. Rolls out left. Slings it. Can knock it down. Fun play staying with it. Number 4, Dante Cava there. And with that, they'll break and go to their respective sidelines. We're going to hand it over to the cheerleaders. Welcome back, fans. Having a great time here. Where else could you gather with a few thousand of your closest friends, freeze your bones off, and call it entertainment? Canadian football, baby. Less downs, more field, bigger balls. Here we go. Second half of a highly entertaining game here. UCC and Holy Names. Knights deferred off the opening of the game, so here to open the second half, they will receive the kickoff. There's the boot. It goes end over end. And it's caught there. Big fella takes a couple of big impacts. Some adrenaline rolling there. Wyatt Cross there on the stop for UCC is definitely feeling it. Number 0, Matteo Albano, fielding the unexpected bonus of a kick right to him. Always fun as one of the upbacks when they kick it into your territory. Big fella football. Double tight end set here. One leaker out to the right. But here's the handoff, and he cuts it back to the middle. And again, the handoff moves it to the 5-0. Very appropriate that he has number 7 on his uniform, because he's definitely looking for a couple of extras here. Holy Names with the ball starting the second half. You're looking to make a statement here now.
You know, they got an opportunity to really put some separation between them and UCC. So let's see how they work it here.
You feel like they're never out of it. UCC is definitely not out of it. They did have an answer in the second half. We're going to wind up with a first down here. Number 3, Aaron Gauthier. Heard a quote once that somebody said, we kept hammering in the coffin nails, but they kept kicking the lid off. And that's probably going to be fairly apt here. But you feel like maybe if the Knights can punch something through here and make it a 3-possession game.
I do not know. Like, this guy is offside every play. Like, I'm not sure how he's not getting caught.
Met immediately. And again, some guys definitely coming pumped up out of the break. Wyatt Cross again, definitely with the adrenaline there. At the risk of doing the dad jokes and overdoing them, Wyatt a little cross there.
Let's see if 19, he's last 2 plays he's been lined up offside. We'll see if he lines up offside again here.
19 blue.
19.
Right there front, I see.
Oh, he's
keeping
he's
it.
Okay this time. He's not over the yellow line. He was over the yellow line last 2 times.
And there you go. Back to pass, and it is caught by number 12, Manny Akolaweed. Dances past the orange marker here on the near side of the field. That's going to be a fresh set of downs for the crisply white uniformed Knights. First and 10 now. Holy Names. Ball's going to be on the 42.
Look at that guy back here. Number 4 is down right now.
Nope. We got number 4 here. It's Dante Cava. Definitely an integral part of the team here. He's done a lot of really good lead blocking today. And he's going to come on off for a play here.
3 plays. Yeah, it must be a quarterback. The other guy's got the thing on.
All right. Play coming in with Stefan Morgan here into the huddle. The Knights looking to continue the momentum unbroken here. Pushing and shoving down the field. From the 42, first and 10. Motion, snap, handoff. Gains a chunk, bounces to the outside. He is moving. Dragged down inside the 15. Well-designed play there and an expert cut back by the young man. Not much you can do when you've got a line that's imposing their will like that up
Yeah, I
front.
thought he would. I thought he'd try and bend it upfield and go for the score, but he ran out of bounds.
At that point, he definitely had up a head of steam, but the great thing about patience is you've still got more plays in this drive, courtesy a new set of downs. So it's going to be from the 14, 1st and 10, Holy Names. Bit of an official substitution, a disagreement between coaching staffs and referee here,
Whoever's playing the music.
being very insistent.
Angelo, it's the winning whistles.
What was the matter? Oh, the music.
Now the referee has unruffled his feathers. Play continues. Here's the snap. Quarterback run. Trying to find a hole. None to find. UCC seals all the gaps. And some members of the audience firing back at the refereeing crew here, enjoying themselves. 2nd and 9 here from the 13. Lucky 1-3.
2nd and 9, right into Lansing territory.
Up under center. Here's the handoff. And he breaks it easily. He is going to rumble, young man, rumble. And the mighty Ryobi power horn sounds once again for the Holy Names Knights, who put up another 6-pack here. It's not a death knell by any means, Coach, but
This one, this may be the icing on the cake here. I'm not sure they have the firepower to come back down 3 scores.
now, but we will credit, they do have a quarterback with one heck of an arm who can, on occasion, and they've shown the ability to really run the outside routes and yank off big, responsive chunks of yardage.
The problem right now is what it does is it just comes down to simple possessions, right? Like right now they're 3 scores down. They got to have 3 extra possessions, so that's going to be the biggest obstacle for them right now. Is, I'm not saying it can't happen, but 3 possessions down, and I think it's going to be a tough feat for them.
This is where you could start almost bringing the linebackers and defensive backs back a little and saying, don't give up the big plays, and we're going to be okay. We'll be able to clock manage our way through this last quarter and a half here. A little more than half to go. 8:13 here in the third.
I just think physically, I think they're going to keep getting leaned on. Holy Name's going to lean on them. My guess is they'll get 1 or 2 more scores. Holy Name.
Like I said, I think we lose the battle in the trenches. And
Let's make no mistake here, for everybody who's a fan of UCC who's listening here, don't let us make it sound like they're getting pushed around. They're not. It's just Holy Name's offensive front, and a missed kick there, a bit of a squibber.
The ball had not been blown in.
It's always wait for the referees here.
Sure. We must be ready now.
we haven't even checked those boxes yet.
But again, let's make sure that UCC fans, this isn't over by far. This is only the third quarter. 8:13 to go in that, and then an entire 12 to go in the fourth. And they've shown the ability to be able to drive. Squib kick on the ground here. Pounced on
Kick is pounced on
by 2 Lancers immediately, making good sure. Good sure? I have great announcer grammar here in the third quarter of the second game today. Making double sure that that ball doesn't squirt loose. Not giving any more free opportunities. You want to definitely be watching UCC's quarterback here. Sawyer Emmett has got his leg pretty heavily taped here around the thigh, and he has come up limping a little bit after a couple of the long throws off their last drive. He's also been playing on defense as well, so heck of a heart. There's a snap, instant handoff, and he is met immediately by a trio, now quartet, of Knights. And they push him to a deadlock, standing still. Gain of 2 there. Second and 8. Ball on the 46 here. Clock continues to wind. It is definitely not UCC's friend here right now. To the line. Fans shouting encouragement. Here's the snap. The left-handed delivery off to the side of the field, and he drops a dime on him.
Great throw.
Absolutely fantastic throw there. Sawyer Emmett's been showing us all day that he can, in fact, drop those dimes right into the hands of his receivers if they're able to grab them. And in that case, that one was a gimme. Fantastic toss by the young man. He could have thrown it to me, and I might have caught it. I am not notorious for my hands. Trust me. Nervous rustle going through the stadium here. UCC driving. Ball just past half field. They've cracked the other half of the field. Let's see how the Knights respond. 1st and 10 from the 54. The snap, the pitch, the double pitch.
Little trick play here, right to number 20.
But it is sniffed out immediately by number 50, Ronald Adoga. You've got great things to say about Ronald, Coach.
Yeah, Ronald's, again, another gifted football player, extremely athletic for a big man. Moves really, really well.
And he kept it simple, and he focused on the ball. He didn't try to over-pursue somebody, which is when you lose that first ball carrier, and then that second pitch is right by you for a lot of yards. He stood them right up there. 2nd and 11 now, loss of a yard. Courtesy Big Ron there. Here's the snap, stepped up, maybe his arm tipped as he throws. Outside to number 4, Tayshawn Haddon. We've called his name a few times today as well. We do have a player, it looks like number 11. Oh, Adosa may have hit his hand on the helmet as he was pursuing the
Number
QB.
7 is down as well.
Quarterback, kicker, middle linebacker.
7 also down here. Perhaps an epic collision between the two young men. We do hope everybody's okay.
Injury time, they can take him off.
Training staffs and the head coach out there attending to the fallen player here, who is moving. Hands and legs responding. Medical staff isn't overly concerned, which is good news.
There you see he's sort of bending over on the sideline.
Tension definitely manifesting itself in some of the rowdier fans here tonight.
If you need some entertainment, folks, come on down here. You get lots of it.
We've still got a quarter and a half here to go of it.
You can't even make this stuff up. You got to see it in person.
Like they say about good players, you know what? You really got to feel it. Those of you watching on YouTube, hey, we're grateful for you, but good Lord, you wish you were here. Adverse weather and all. This is some kind of fun. It looks like Sawyer Emmett's leg has finally potentially given out. I noted the young man was really heavily taped and leaning hard on it before, and this is going to be a tough one to overcome. That's that golden left arm.
You know, we talked about it earlier in regards to your quarterback, right? I mean, you lose your starting quarterback. There's a significant drop-off. Very few teams are you know, have two quarterbacks at the same level. So this is going to be a little bit difficult here.
And with this score the way it is right now, you're not looking for a game manager. You are looking for somebody who can take advantage of an open player and potentially make something, if not explosive, at least some multiple yards. But for now, they're going to kick it away, back to Holy Names. Short kick that's going to bounce around, rattle around. We're going to have some pinball stuff. And in he comes to try to recover his own kick.
That's the punter.
With some speed there and some brains.
Good.
No, the ball went out of bounds, it looks like.
You love to see young men who think the game as well.
In which case, who touched it last?
Well, the kick goes out of bounds, and astutely observed by the refereeing crew here in the booth. Who touched it last becomes the question. Referee and side judge going to get together and make sure that they absolutely get it right here. We're going to let the tension mount for a minute.
There's no flag, we know that.
There was a flag.
I know, but it'll be way down.
Now they are saying that the punter has last touched it before it went out of... Holy cow, we've got quite the turn of events
If
here.
It stays the way it is. There was no penalty for no yards. The punter was onside.
So the flag initially,
Before it went out of bounds,
I'm hearing the
possession
explanation in my right ear here, is that
They should have mentioned
They
it.
turn of events here. Possession
could have been a no yards penalty at that point, but the encroaching player that was coming in like a missile there that you saw at the end was in fact the punter, who is allowed to recover his own punt. It's almost as if he passed it to himself at that point.
Punter is allowed to recover his own punt. It was out of bounds.
So knocked out of bounds, and the result there is going to be a UCC first down. This may be the break that they in fact needed here. If they can throw a major here, they can get a little bit of breathing room, so to speak, a little bit closer.
What is all this crap about? You got the ball.
So now they're trying to sort out here.
It's not.
Head coach Dan Hogan is
surprised.
asking for an explanation.
No, this is a Pines coach. I'm surprised he's talking to him that long. He got the ball. He'd be happy.
My fault going colorblind here. It's head coach Scott Morgan. My apologies, UCC fans.
Now we're gonna go to the other bench and talk about it. No.
Dueling coaches demanding explanations here. It's almost as if we were in Parliament.
Holy shit, guys! I'm not gonna change the call now. Let's go.
You always know how it goes when you argue with the referees. At some point, you've got to sort of give up and just say, "You win." No matter what you might think.
Change it. It's not gonna change. So.
Not going to change the call. So here we go. As a result, a nice boon for UCC here. They're going to wind up with the ball on their 21-yard line, opposing 21-yard line. Here's a snap.
Keeps himself runs to the right side.
Keeps, runs, swarmed, goes down. It's going to be for a loss down here at about the 30. Picks himself up from the dent that will have left in the turf. Sniffed out by the whole D.
Should have thrown that ball away. That was a tough one. I mean, that's, you know.
You hate to take the loss there, but the decision making, perhaps a little bit of Buck fever there, thinking he could get the
It's
edge.
tough. I mean, you know, the young man probably has played very few snaps at quarterback all season. You throw him in there in a, you know, tough situation, and you know.
And then it's a double negative almost, because Haddon is one of their better receivers, and he's come up with a couple of big catches so far. So you know this is a case where he definitely is the second string quarterback, but, and here is a good draw play, bouncing the outside, sheds some and runs over a defender. And again, we've got ourselves number 2 in there.
Number 2, Wyatt Cross.
Young Mr. Cross is definitely cross. He has been taking it out on white uniforms all day and enjoying it.
Yeah, he's a very physical player.
Yeah, young Wyatt's spirited. I'll give you that.
He plays linebacker on defense, and he brings it. And you know, he's running the ball. He's dishing out punishment. I love it.
One of those guys can really sort of inspire your team if you're going to put yourself on his back and just kind of smash mouth it for a
He's
bit.
aggressive, I'll tell you that.
So Haddon back in the shotgun position.
From the 18, 3rd and 8. He throws it. It's complete. Number 3. Hip check. Dances his way across the 5. Well done, young man. Defenders bouncing off of him every which way. Some irritated defenders being left in his wake. Right, number 21, Levin Dawson, really wishing he had that one back for a wrap-up.
All right, I don't.
Bounced off the hip.
He was doing. We're switching sides.
I thought it's time out. Yeah. No, it's time out. I said, I would go to balance.
Ball's on the 5. First and goal here. An offense coordinator's favorite words.
They're asking who the backup quarterback is. It's number 4, right?
It's Tayshawn. Yeah, it's Tayshawn Haddon, who has been one of their best receivers the entire game. Now, hey, look who's back in. It's number 7, Sawyer Emmett, and he throws for the TD. A story here, and the young man with the wounded leg comes back and stands on it just enough to be able to deliver a fading, sinking strike there.
Like a Teflon, man.
Well, that's a young man you can definitely be proud of, and big hugs from his coaches, very gingerly making sure that he's all right. Net result, 35-20, which sounds a heck of a lot better than the previous score. There's the snap. It's up. And it tumbles through the uprights. 35-21, major for UCC here. Still looking at a 2-score game here, though, Coach. So
yeah, you know, I think maybe they were watching the broadcast and wanted to prove Coach Mills wrong. I didn't think they had the, you know, they had the firepower to come back.
Other guy gets a vote too. In this case, you know what? Never say die. What did we say about the coffin lid and the nails? Keep kicking the lid off, seeing what you can do. What do they say? The great classics are classics for a reason. It's never over till it's over.
Who's kicking now? 18 is kicking.
Oh, so we got, who have we got? We're looking up numbers here frantically. It is Cody Cooper, one of the great names here. Sounds like an old Western star. Cody Cooper. Limbering up his hamstrings, tall young man. Extra long white socks. White number 18 on his blue jersey. Now a full complement of Lancers here. UCC ready to return the ball to the Knights. It's up. A sustained cheer, a boom from the sidelines. Here comes, and we're going to have a horse collar tackle. He dragged down by the neck. There's your big bird, Adosa, running it back, and he's going to wind up getting the penalty yardage on top of it.
I may have seen that tackle in the longest yard.
That one gets a fist bump. That's freaking tremendous. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you just go to reach for the young man and you get the fingers someplace you shouldn't have.
That was like a clothesline. That was savage.
That is a lot of length to come flying out from under, and all the toes went up in the air there. I don't think it could have been any easier for the referee to call.
He just come flying downfield. He was just trying to take him out.
So you're going to tack the longest yards on here, says my cohort, and we're going to make some mileage out of that one. Stephon Morgan here under center. Here's the handoff. Bounces off a couple of tacklers and drags a trio of Lancers with him. And some large defensive linemen just along for the ride there. Rumbling and stumbling down to the 51.
He's definitely having himself a fantastic football game so far, Noah.
A lot of fun to watch here. Double running back set. Trips left. The hand off again, but this time he is planted and met fairly rudely, fairly rapidly.
This one gets about 5 yards.
But you like keeping the football moving there.
This is the final seconds of the third quarter here.
Oh, I lost track of the clock for a minute there. You can always lose track of time in a good football game. You hate to say that it's a crucial set of offensive downs for the team that's in the lead, but is it crucial to come back and answer here and make sure that you hammer in some more of those nails?
Like again, you know, the Pines or UCC had an opportunity there to, you know, put them in third down, and they got him in 3rd and 1 here. So it's a big play right here. Big play.
Here it comes. Heavy package is in. A lot of shoving. Runs off tackle, and he's got that first down and more.
Yeah, that's just that's a lot of beef trying to, you know, stop a 1-yard QB sneak.
And you're not trying to hide it there at all. It's just a matter of here it is, hit it. You know, let's see what's up, and we do have a player who is down right now. Does look like somebody got nailed in the kidneys there, as is wont to happen on some physical plays.
Offside defense.
One more play. You're
Yep.
right.
5-yard penalty.
And so it would have been the end of the third quarter here, but got a call from the refereeing crew, offside on the defense.
First down, Nets.
And so that is going to result in a first down, and we are going to have that penalty play here. One of the rules we love about football, and some discussion that hockey should adopt this too. If there's a penalty with less than 2 minutes to go in the hockey game, you should extend the game and play out the entire power play. Some free football here, a little bit of bonus football right now. 1st and 10 from the 37. Holy Names the snap. Holy Names the handoff. And he is met almost immediately. No hole there. And we're going to go back and switch ends here. A brief pause for the cause as we step away and let the pipes rest and let the audio from the field cook.
That was the end of the
All right, here we go. Start of the 4th, ticking down here. Here's a pass on off the fingertips of Manny Akoloween. And you can tell the young man wants that one back rather badly, but he's going to jog back into the huddle here.
That one will be a 3rd and 6.
You see a lot of heart down here, and right in front of us, in front of the booth, you can actually see Sawyer Emmett walking around, and he's getting hugs from his teammates here, and he's trying to keep that leg loose.
Again, I did them once early, like in September.
That's number 65, Landon Bardole, is encouraging his quarterback. And speaking of quarterbacks, here's another big toss down. Just not complete. So it's going to be a turnover on downs.
Great coverage from number 18.
And UCC is going to be grateful for the missed opportunity here, but at this point, nothing wrong with taking that shot towards the end zone there if you're up by a couple.
When you're winning, run the football. Get to keep the clock rolling. Just play football. Like right now, You know, they stop the clock. When you pass the football, 2 out of 3 things that happen are bad. Incompletion or interception. So if you do the math, 33% chance of being successful.
And so if you're playing the percentages here at home, if you're not a gambler, or if you're a good gambler, this point coach says, run the damn ball.
When you're winning, you run the
First
football.
line can do on his first down play with Sawyer on the back on the field.
Here we go.
And a lateral pass.
Quick pass out. Number 4 running and not quite a first down, but rips off a few yards here.
Definitely throws that out, the out and hitch to the left. He throws very well.
It's definitely nice to see Tayshawn Haddon coming back as a wide receiver there. And when he had to come in at quarterback, it was almost a double negative because you've got to employ your second string quarterback who happens to be your best receiver today, at least. I don't know if that's routine that he's their best receiver automatically, but do have somebody who is hurt here on the field, so we're going to take a quick pause. Thankfully, the young man is rising here.
He's a big individual.
Yeah. Who we got there? We've got Sam Corrigan there, another one of these great Western name movies. Sounds like he could be.
Sam is a very large individual.
Sam is a very
Looks like
large
he looks
individual.
like he's coming off okay.
Yeah. It's funny how sometimes the big numbers can look so small. I don't think we had those when I was a kid.
Sore foot, maybe? I don't know.
I'm sure
we'll see him back.
Yep. He looks like he's bouncing around out there. Attaboy, Sam. Nice of him to give somebody else an opportunity here. 2nd and 4. Ball in the 39. Reset here. Lancers trying to stab it deep into enemy territory. Here's the pass. Rolling out and just ahead again of Tayshawn Haddon.
Earlier in the game, obviously, when he was rolling out, he was able to run. You can see he cannot run. Like, he cannot move. He is in serious pain, this young man. He's playing a heck of a football game. They're going for this. He's going for 3rd and 4. All right.
The way that's taped up, you're thinking quad injury or something like that.
Yeah, it's definitely he's definitely limber. He's struggling. He's hurting.
But he's struggling through it. He does have that golden arm. Here's the snap. Here's the pass. Out to the sidelines. Complete to number 11. That's Jaden Bayless.
That's his money play. Like, he throws that ball exceptionally well. He's probably thrown that ball 10 times tonight between the out and that little hitch play there.
And just what the doctor ordered for UCC there, they're going to
And the
need
crazy part is they know it's coming. Just play tighter coverage. Like, it's not like he hasn't done it yet. That's his go-to play on 3rd down or 2nd down, 2nd or whatever he needs.
Like you always observe, if they're not stopping it, keep giving it to them. So here we go. Here's the snap. Limited mobility in the backfield. Defender closing in. He felt the pressure of the impending sack and just tossed it.
He's just standing in there. He can't even walk. He's standing right in there.
DJ Phillip there was the intended target, and it sailed too high. He couldn't get there.
Here comes the big man again. He's coming back in. He's good.
There we go. Nice to see. There's Sam coming back in. Ponytail flying.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sam's got the interesting hairstyle.
Mine's just for our own Cale McMurrin there before he cut it all off.
He kind of looks like a young Cale McMurrin, absolutely. I'm sure Cale's
Here you go, Cale. Much love.
All
right, here we go. And like a squirrel scampering through that hole.
This kid,
fights.
I love this kid. This kid is tough.
You gotta absolutely
This is why
love
across. He is just a physical football player. He doesn't run away from anybody.
He's running right into the teeth of the defense and daring them to stop him.
He's not a big guy, but he just plays so physical.
Call him the angry squirrel. Oh, the little black. He scampers, but he's not afraid of you in the slightest.
Yeah, he brings it.
Gotta love that brand of fearlessness. Here we go. Diagnosis. Pass play. Stepping over. Makes the... Oh, almost makes the complete, batted away at the last second by Israel Oluwatoye, number 20, reaching over the receiver's shoulder and just getting a fingertip, leaving his fingerprints on that football. And that's got to be disheartening for a wide receiver. You know you've got that ball, and all of a sudden, here comes that long hand in at the last picosecond to just knock it down.
Kale loved our comment about the hair. He sent me a little message. Toby Trepanier, another young man, laughing at the comments.
Trepanier, a fantastic name. A couple of great Army people. Here's the hand off. He gets bent back by a pretty stiff defensive move there. I love to see it. And again, guess who made that stick? Your favorite, number 2. That was Mr. Cross.
He's definitely, well, it could be him, it could be Sawyer, it could be, number 11. They all played a fantastic football game. 4.
When you see a running back moving forward and suddenly he bends like a U going backwards, there was some contact right there. Never mind, I'm a little guy. Force times acceleration. The handoff again. And he just keeps barely shedding them. And in this case, he shed a couple of pretty big guys bouncing through the line, and hand just keeps it moving. Caleb Daughtry there. We're trying to get as many names in as we can, trying on the stop, doing everything he can. Sometimes a runner just says, no, you're not stopping me. Up under center. Here it is. Looks like somebody listened to you down there. When you're winning, run the dang ball.
That's
We're going to get a steady dose of ground.
All I can hear is that lady's just screaming continuously without stopping.
You're going to hear that voice in your dreams, my friend.
Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. She should probably try and enjoy the football game. God almighty.
Gotta love enthusiastic fans to a point.
It's just, at some point you got to kind of relax, let the people enjoy the game.
All right. Back up here, 2nd and 8 yards to go. The 41-yard line. Mr. Hand is now met by a trio of Navy-suited Lancers, and he is stopped.
Well, here we go. Going to be about 3rd and 7. Let's see what happens here. They're going to go for this.
Offense staying on the field here.
Not a big defensive possession, but the offense looks like they're going for it.
They got a solid kicker. He probably could, 40-yard line. Yeah, no, I thought it was 35-yard line. Yeah, they got to go for this.
Some enthusiasm coming to the line with alacrity here. Deciding to back out shotgun here. And a bad snap, a little too excited, and that's going to be recovered by Holy Names, but it'll be a turnover on downs, and sometimes you think if it wasn't for bad timing, we wouldn't have any at all.
It's just,
And you know what it is, obviously. It's a pressurized situation. The young man feels it a little extra, and the extra feels translate into a little too much oomph.
You knew it was a pass. You're 3rd and 7. You're in shotgun pistol. The running back's 11 yards deep. They're not handing the ball off. It's no secret. But let's see what happens here. Sawyer's back on there. Number 7's back on there. One leg and all.
The plot thickens here. Literally quarterback with a leg and a half.
The resilient Sawyer in the baggage.
No laughing at the young man. This is a tremendous display of heart here.
Oh, yeah. He's played a heck of a football game.
This is a regular season game. He's out right now. He's resting it, but this one's for all the marbles.
And he throws it
unfortunately, had somebody wide open. He had the usual target. He had number 4 wide open there across the middle. And he had a second guy further downfield. Oh, our favorite, number 2.
And the number 1 on the top side. Field side wide open, running down the field, nobody even with him.
At this point, if you can't plant on that leg properly, that's
Yeah,
definitely affecting your mechanics and your accuracy.
He's definitely limited. I mean, the guy he's probably playing at about 50% of what he can play at.
Sure. All right, here we go. So, 2nd and 10. Ball on the 53.
Takes the snap.
Hard cadence. Good pass.
This one.
Hauled down on the 50-yard line.
You know, again,
Not going to be enough here.
No, but he's doing a great job of keeping it second and third and manageable, right? You're talking now third and one, very manageable situation.
Third and manageable, as we say here. Tremendous.
Brought it back, okay.
Just
gonna
very,
call
very,
that.
very good field awareness on, and you know, just knowing what he needs to get and where to put himself in a good position. Like Sawyer played 7-on-7 with us at the Legacy Center a couple years ago, and then he played for the London Mustangs as well. So
Good hit on
I
the
know
young man.
Sawyer.
We've
I
got a
know Sawyer
stoppage.
a little
We've got a
bit.
timeout here.
Snap, timeout, first and 1.
I'm not a, you know,
Ursula in timeout.
I'm not a fan of this. Again, here you are, 3rd and 2. You're shotgun, so your running back now is automatically 4 to 5 yards deep. So you go from needing 2 yards with your under center full speed run to now needing 6 yards, potentially 7 yards, right? Because 6 yards would be right at the line of scrimmage. 'Cause
Plus,
you're 4
giving the
yards deep.
defense an easier chance to diagnose
Yeah,
that
like
run
it's
play.
just like it's funny these young guys, they love this shotgun pistol look and this shotgun split back look, and you know, again, 1st down, 2nd down, okay, but 3rd and short, it's not, you know, I don't think it's smart football.
Why give them the extra inch? Never mind a couple of extra yards. It's one of those really neat moments. Got the ambient noise in there from the crowd, and you can hear the other end discussing the play.
We're about what do we got? 220, almost 220 watching right now. Chat is going crazy here. There's lots of questions on the chat.
Terrific, we love it. Let's see if we can get to a couple of those. Maybe. All right, here we go.
It's 4th quarter, definitely 4th quarter, guys. No, it's 4th quarter. 4th quarter. Game's almost over.
Where did this game go? My word, we've been having so much fun here.
Emmett takes it in shotgun.
Going to have to be a fairly quick strike here. The hard count. Sawyer trying to get them. They don't bite. Here's the heave.
From deep.
It is tipped and it is picked. Batted into the arms of Ty Vittemore, who's going to come up with the INT. That sucker just went off the fingertips, was juggled around a little bit, and he looked it into his hands, using the force there, if you will. Come to me, football. Nope. Tough blow here for UCC.
3rd and 2, you know, you're firing it down the field.
Trying to
In that
overdo it.
situation, you gotta play for the 1st down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You have to make the 1st down. Like that should have been no more than a 5-yard pass if that's what your plan was, right? You just have to get the 1st down.
A little bit of frustration boiling over for Ursuline there. Who can blame them? But there's going to be a call of a late hit.
As I mentioned earlier, right? It becomes all about possessions, and now you just lost another possession.
Now it's a chance to really put it away here again.
Like it's just.
Able to find a wide open receiver on the left side, and fatigue probably catching up with some of the Lancers here at this point in a blown coverage. And for the first time, you see a couple of players kind of starting to hang their head a little bit. And you think that might be the
I'm
dagger
not sure.
into the
I'm not sure if they're a
Lancers.
player short there. It looks like they were a player short.
Yeah, they may well have been, and that would account for the receiver being unaccounted for on the far side of the field.
Like, I mean, there wasn't anybody within 20 yards of that guy.
There was no coverage.
Yeah. The one possible discussion here is, was that a sleeper? On the change of possession, which is a little Guess not.
Guess not.
So at that point, that's probably the dagger into the Lancers' hopes.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
pretty much it right there. That's
And a valiant struggle and no give up there. On-rushing defender there trying to block that extra point. You love to see DJ Phillips sprinting in there full speed and trying. Now let's make sure that we take a second and kind of say the score is not always reflective of the game. You hear 42-21 and you think, oh, lopsided game. And on occasion it was, and this last play definitely was the backbreaker that added 7 there. But you want to make sure that Ursuline is given a lot of credit here. Until this last play, you didn't see anybody hanging their head. They were picking each other up. You know, the walking wounded, literally a quarterback with a leg and a half at this point, heavily taped. A couple of extra injuries here, guys having to be subbed out for a few plays, and still no give up. So let's make sure that the score doesn't reflect the Ursuline effort here. They definitely deserve better. Kick way down into the corner and some hard motion, and these can turn big in a hurry. He finds the outside, he is moving, takes a step off, sheds a tackle, but then Adosa comes right back and just wraps them arms around you like a big old hug you really don't want.
That's a great return.
Far back.
We got a flag at the 15-yard line, though.
And we do have somebody down on the field right there.
37.
Now we're starting to get a little peppiness here. Holy Name's coach out on the field, unfortunately, doing some clapping towards the UCC sideline.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about.
And apologies, we were off the air for a moment because we don't like to feed into some of the behavior of some of the more rowdy fans here. No judgment. They're all our kids.
On Ursuline.
And we understand the passion for sure.
Roughness, blindside block on Ursuline.
A little bit of a blindside block, some frustration on the part of Ursuline boiling over here. And unfortunately, some end-of-game extracurricular chatter going on here.
My guess is
From a very small minority of fans, some extracurricular taunting as well. And when that goes on, we are going to mute the mic so we don't feed into it.
okay. Thank you. So we started at the 15, we went half the distance, and then back to 1.
So multiple penalties enforced here. The result is that it is going to be,
Ball's going to be at the 1-yard line.
it's all going to be at the back, right at the end of the field here for Ursuline. They've got the entire field to drive. And it is just play for pride at this point here. You're looking to try to grab some yards.
You got 3 minutes to go. You want to make sure, this game doesn't get crazy. You can hear the parent, you can hear the people in the stands. Just
They're
wanna
upset. You understand.
You want to try and keep it straight. I think they're going to ask some people to maybe to leave here.
We do like to remind our fans, listen, we're still Canadian here. We're still very civilized, and we like to make sure that these are young men. We are trying to encourage them, but we are also trying to demonstrate our adulthood as well. And again, we understand the passion. We're not trying to be judgmental. We're parents ourselves. We get it. When it's our baby out there, we're inflamed too.
You just gotta, you gotta use some judgment and some self-control. And
Definitely teaching young men life lessons, some resilience here, and that includes a little bit of the extracurricular taunting. Couple of yards gained there. Back to some positive cheering here. Good. Ursuline gaining a few. We do, in fact, have one of the Holy Names players is limping. I think he got stepped on there. Number 21, Levin Dawson, is going to take a well-deserved break here. That's never fun. It's somebody who plants right on top of your toe. Ouch. So now UCC with the show me drive here. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left in quarter number 4. Where has this game gone? My word.
And the handoff.
And the handoff.
Looks like he's got some room.
Get the sweep around the edge. He's going to go out of bounds, and we've got some more laundry flying.
Yeah, he threw the flag as he was marking the out of bounds. So we're at the 13 if nothing happens.
Right now, the 13-yard line. We're going to see what the laundry's all about. Our refereeing crew working it straight through until the end. And at this point, you don't want to leave anything.
the more you extend it,
The more aggravation there's going to be, etc. Yep, fully agree. Run the
Illegal
clock.
block on Ursuline.
So we got an illegal block on
Half
the
the
offense,
distance to the
so
goal.
it's going to be half the distance.
That'll be an illegal block against Ursuline. That'll be half the distance to
Going to put them back where they started, right there on their first yard, 1 yard line.
You got a first down before. Yeah,
So
after
it
the
will be
first
a
down.
first down.
Okay.
After the first down. So it's first and 10. After the first down.
fix that after.
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay, so the call came after the first down, so now it's going to be 2nd and 4.
And then with the handoff to number 20, finds some.
Here's the handoff. He's got some room. He is motoring to about the 18-ish.
That one is number 20 on the carry. DJ Phillip.
Good job there by DJ Phillip, grabbing some yards.
That'll be a first and 10 from the 18-yard line.
Ticking down towards 2 minutes here. Drops back, and here's the pass. And there's a fantastic leaping catch. Absolutely fantastic.
Beautiful ball.
That's number 11, Jaden Bayless, and he does come down on the football, which can hurt like hell.
Coming down here.
Great effort, no quit. Again, can't say enough about that spirit. Continuing to scratch and claw.
Roughing the passer.
Going to be some yards tacked on at the end here. We've got a roughing the passer call as well. So that's going to move the sticks a little bit further here. Referee at this point trying to maintain some tight control at the end of the game. Perhaps wiser just to let the digits spool off the clock.
The ball at the 40.
Yeah, this one is over. I mean, it's unless it's some crazy penalty, just get her rolling and get them out of here.
From the shotgun, here's the snap. And of course, back to pass. Got some muscle on it. And there it is to number 11, Jaden Bayless. Down to the 2-8. Wow, attaboy, great toss. Had to wait for it to get there a bit, but when it arrived, he made sure he tucked it away.
That Emmett Bayless connection. That'll be a first down.
And if they could have heard me earlier, they would have said, "What this pride? We got a football game to win." They're going to keep trying to do it. Fresh set of downs from the 28 here. Sawyer Emmett grabs the snap, a little bit low, tosses, just about hits him again, but it goes off the frozen fingers of the receiver, and that was probably 6. He was going away from the DB there, and unfortunately, you hate to see it. Them's frozen fingers, and it's really tough to grab that ball, which is a lot more solid than people think. If you got a football at home in your living room that's nice and warm, you can squish it, you can grab the laces. When it's out here, that thing is called a rock for a reason. Here we go again. The left-hander with the defense bearing down on him, and we're going to have a pass interference call. Might have an illegal contact, but Jaden Bayless got dumped around about the 18. Let's have them sort out the orange flags here. See what we got. One way or the other, that football is going to move.
Football kept going. They track it down.
Come in, Alex. This is where we need the signal.
Shoot.
Holding on the defense.
Marching off the yards for a holding call. That'll be 10 yards more. Buck 24 to go. The clock's really not their friend here. It's unfortunate for a team with heart like Ursuline. Fair bit of conferencing still going on. Let's make sure we get it right. It's always the ethos of officials on a field. It should be the mindset. Now decided what's going to happen. And we know it's a 1st and 10 here. The ball's going to be on the 18. The snap from Emmett. The toss.
Is batted
incomplete pass. The brown and white football falling to the green and white turf, close to the end zone. It's going to be a 2nd and 10 here with a buck 19 to go in the game and the year for Ursuline. And indeed, while we've got you here, we'd be remiss in not thanking you all for being here all year. Whether it's Essex Ravens football or whether it's SWOSSAA or any other games, thank you very much, parents, for supporting your kids. Thank you very much, kids, for coming out here and playing with heart. Thank you, referees. Thank you, everyone else. And we've got a fingertips grab in the end zone. He has caught it in the end zone, tumbling towards the ground. Extends the fingerprints and grabs that pass as it tumbles towards the yellow and green checks of the end zone. Tack on 6 more for UCC here. Never say die, never say quit.
You get to be 42-21.
Haven't heard no fat ladies singing yet, apparently, on that sideline.
Well, no, I'm saying if you don't have your kickers sometimes.
Very good.
That's all I'm saying.
Must be the,
We'll call it the spirit of Wyatt Cross here at this point. Young Mr. 2 there, definitely imbuing them with a fighting spirit all game long. Perhaps a player of game candidate. Could be he. It could definitely be Sawyer Emmett for UCC at this point. With definitely the Hart Award there. Working on it. We keep quasi-joking a leg and a half, but
offside.
very obviously a leg injury there and very heavily taped. And the definition of battle is definitely in that kid's DNA. So
all these kids, I mean, they played really, really hard. You know, it was.
Like we said, it wasn't until the last night's touchdown that you really saw anybody's head hang in the blue and white. You know, and that was just frustration at that point that, you know, we keep trying, but they keep scoring, and it seems to be the theme during these playoffs for the Knights. Just definitely an offensive explosion. Here is the game plan. Stick to it. We're going to win if you do. And that's the expectation there, and you definitely got to hand it to Dan Hogan.
I know. I don't know what's going on.
And in 1:15, they are going to hand out the trophy and the hardware and the awards. Who do we think for Holy Names at this point?
Oh, it's got to be Noah Hand.
You're not gonna grab Adosa in there?
Well, I still think it's got to be Noah Hand. Noah.
I agree. I'm just stirring the pot a little bit there and getting one last mention for Big Bird. And there's the onside kick. There you go. Goes right to Levin Dawson. And Levin falls on it. A little bit of chirpiness, but everybody's going to report to their respective huddles, and we are going to work this game down towards its unfortunate for UCC, but very well deserved for the Knights, inevitable conclusion here.
Yeah, congratulations, obviously, to both teams, but, extra congratulations to Holy Names that they're going to be the SWOSSAA. They won the WEXA, and then they're going to win the SWOSSAA rep position, going to go to Guelph. Hopefully can take care of business down there to represent our area well.
And looking forward to that, you Guelph being at a more northerly, lat lunge, you definitely are going to want the run there because the weather's probably going to be fairly adverse. Oh, and speaking of adverse, reversing direction. You love to see it. You got some extracurriculars. Yeah. And unfortunately there you do have number 20 for UCC. Definitely with some ill-advised frustrations and a bit of scrapping going on there at the end. DJ Phillip perhaps letting the temper get the better of him. You're gonna have an unnecessary roughness, right? But that's going to be it. No ejection at that point. That's going to make the field even smaller there for UCC here. Buck 4 to go. Holy Names run. And so that'll be it. We will declare a champion here. The Kings of the SWOSSAA AAA Championships, definitely the Holy Names Knights putting their emphatic stamp on this game, registering 42 points. They likely player of the game.
Congratulations again to Coach Hogan and the entire Knights. My player of the game, if it was me, would be number 7, Noah Hand. For the Pines, boy, Ursula, I don't know. I mean, you had several guys. You had Wyatt Cross. You had Emmett Sawyer. You had number 11, Jaden Bayless. I don't know who I'd pick. They all played really, really well.
I think just based on the injury itself, I think you almost have to give it to Sawyer here. He wasn't milking it. He was out there, we'll call it running around as best as he could.
Yeah, no,
using it as an excuse.
Absolutely.
Yep. So,
ready.
So, thanks very much for being around, folks. We're going to stick for a minute here and just watch a bit of the awards ceremony, but it's our time to say that parting is such sweet sorrow. We've had a great time here. Again, thanks for having me. I love this stuff. This
No
is
problem, Mark. It was
fantastic.
a lot of fun, and
What a great community here.
maybe next year we can do some more.
I would absolutely love that. Fantastic. I'll send you my usual contract in the mail. All right, folks. Thanks very much for attending here virtually or in person. We love this community. We love this sport. Where else would you gather with a few thousand of your closest friends? Freeze your tuck us off. Watch some great high-impact sports here. Some fantastic young men.
Not bad out here, actually.
It's not that bad. You're bundled really well.
Yes.
And thanks for being civil, folks. You let me natter in your ear for an hour.